Council meeting, whatever today's date is, testing one.
Folks, Madam Clerk, could you please confirm that quorum is present?
Madam Mayor, quorum is present.
Okay, thanks very much. So good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting of City Council to order. Please stand for the national anthem. Wonderful. Thank you all. Before I go into the land acknowledgement, I want to do the sweatshirt acknowledgement. As folks might recall, I made a friendly bet with the Mayor of Toronto, Olivia Chow, over the Labor Day Classic results. Of course, I was betting on our team, the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and we didn't win that game. And my wager was around the wearing of a shirt or jersey at the next council meeting following the game. And so this is the first council meeting following the game, and I'm living up to my responsibility in terms of that bet. So I'm not going to repeat that, Councillor McMeekin. But more importantly, the City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by between the Lakes Purchase 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbours, partners, and caretakers. Members, before we get started, just a reminder around electronic devices, that they're supposed to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. We'll get started into the meeting with the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Mayor. There is a change to the disposition of a communication item, item 5.8. The correspondence from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing respecting proposal to return lands in Ajax to the Greenbelt. That's being received and referred to the September 14th Planning Committee meeting, the special meeting happening tomorrow night. There are two added notices of motion. 8.1, feasibility of a judicial review of the Government of Ontario's decision to remove lands from the Greenbelt plan within the City of Hamilton. And 8.2, Swansea Tenants Association Committee, Thanksgiving Dinner, Ward 6. And there are 5 added bills, Bills 171 to 175.
Thanks very much, Clerk Pilon. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Nance, seconded by Councillor Tattison. Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move to the vote. That carries 15-0. Thanks all. Are there any declarations of interest, members of council? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair Horvath, and your regrettable blue jersey. I'm declaring an interest on item 8 in the Planning Committee. It was a matter discussed in closed session. I didn't participate in that discussion and I left the room, and I'm erring on the side of caution and declaring a pecuniary interest as a consequence of my husband's relationship, possibly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Clark, please.
Good morning, Mayor. Item number 3 in the Planning Committee agenda, which is a lack of decision OLT matter for 509 South Coat Road in Ancaster. My understanding is that it's Urban Solutions that is the planning body for the applicant, and one of the owners of Urban Solutions is Mr. Mancha, who has a retail business interest with my son as one of 3 partners. Thank you. So I'll declare a disqualifying conflict of interest.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay. With that said, we can go on to, oh, sorry, Councillor Pauls, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's because you're hot in that sweater.
True.
Anyways, yes, mine is put 7.3 is the motion, and it talks about community grants, and one of them is for paramedics. And I'm wondering, since my daughter-in-law is a paramedic, to give the funding if I should declare disqualifying. So I want to make sure I'm clear that I like to disclose the disqualifying.
Okay, so it's not a matter of seeking an opinion, it's a matter of declaration that you have an interest.
I'll declare it, but
Absolutely.
it's on the motion.
Okay, that's great. Thanks,
Thank
Councillor Pauls. Okay. All right, with those conflicts disclosed, we'll now go into the rest of the meeting. No, there are no ceremonial activities. So we're on to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, August 18th, 2023. I have a motion to approve the minutes of the August 18th, 2023 meeting as presented. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Huang. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, can we then go to the vote, please? That carries 15-0. Thanks all. On to communications. Councillor Beattie, may I have a motion on the communication items, please?
I have to find my notes here, Madam Mayor. I apologize. The Council Communication 5.1 to 5.8 be approved as presented as follows. Correspondence from Isabel Langless respecting Hat's Tiny House Shelters, Hamilton. Congrats. Recommendation be received. 5.2, correspondence from the Township of Severn requesting support for the resolution respecting climate emergency just transition transfer, JTT. Recommendation be received. 5.3, a correspondence from the Honourable Stephen Clark, Minister of Municipal, former Municipal Affairs and Housing Minister, regarding the Building Faster Fund. Recommendation be received. Correspondence from Kelly Orchek, respecting safety concerns in Hamilton Parks. Recommendation be received and referred to the General Managers of Planning and Economic Development and Healthy and Safe Communities for appropriate action. Correspondence from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, respecting the proposed Oil, Gas and Salt Resources Act regulation changes for SPEAK projects and well security. Recommendation be received and referred to the General Manager of Public Works for appropriate action. A petition at 5.6 urging local authorities to reconsider their decision and reroute the city bus from not going on Glover Road. Recommendation be received and referred to the General Manager of Public Works for appropriate action, and at the appropriate time I wouldn't mind speaking to that. 5.7 correspondence from Ontario's big city mayors and regional chairs of Ontario calling for an urgent meeting of all orders of government to discuss municipal regional funding to support newcomers, including refugees and asylum seekers. Recommendation be endorsed. 5.8, correspondence from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing respecting a proposal to return lands in Ajax to the Greenbelt. Recommendation be received and referred to the September 14th Planning Committee special meeting.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion on the communications items?
I'm looking for a seconder.
Oh, right, so moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Cassar. Thanks so much, Councillor Cassar. Is there any discussion on the communication items? Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I do have a question I'd like to ask with regards to item 5.6. And I would direct the question to
Please go ahead.
the General Manager of Public Works and perhaps through to the HSR Director, if I might.
Okay, we'll start with GM Can.
Just pertaining to the normal public consultation process that the HSR utilizes when rolling out new transit route expansion.
Oh, so wanting a kind of a description of what that looks like?
Correct.
GM Can, oh, go ahead.
Through the chair, good morning and thank you for the question. HSR has been undergoing a significant amount of work in terms of implementing service changes annually through the existing 10-year local transit strategy and also exhaustive consultation for our upcoming complete and total network redesign. The network redesign is still out active right now and does close at the end of September. And so this would be a good opportunity to remind everybody of the importance of having their voice in the network redesign. Specific to in-year implementation changes, we go through a process where we attend local events, we work with the councillors' offices, we share information through onboard postings, on website postings, we put stop notification up to communicate. With respect to Glover Road, I think one opportunity that we did miss this past year is we did not specifically notify the 7 residences on the portion of the street that is in question. And I will take ownership of that. I think it's not an excuse, but this year we were so focused on attending more than 90 activities for the network redesign that we did miss an opportunity to directly connect with the residents on Glover. And we'll make sure that we take steps to correct that in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So since receiving the feedback, I think that specific feedback was received, I know, to my office, and I also believe to the HSR directly from residents on Glover Road. And I understand, Director, that some steps have been taken to better engage moving forward with residents. I'm wondering if you might be able to enlighten council as to what those might be.
Thank you. Director?
Through the chair, my name is Maureen Cousin-Heath. I'm the Director of Transit. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. One of the things that we've done with the residents on Glover Road is we've made sure that we've met with our operators that are operating the new routes running through that segment so that they understand that it's new to the community, that there are some nervous residents, to take caution and care in how they're driving. We've sent on-road inspection staff out to be present for the first couple of days to keep a watchful eye, address any questions that may arise from residents who are out walking or interact with them in a positive way. We'll continue to do so. I'm pleased to report that to date so far, we have not received any concerns that have been raised since the service has been introduced.
Councillor Beattie?
Thank you. And just a quick comment that I do understand the perspective that's raised in the petition. I've spoken, I don't have to look at the redacted version or the true version. I have spoken to everybody on that street at some point or another, and their experiences are real, and I acknowledge that. I hope that moving forward collectively, working with HSR and my office, that we'll be able to address these concerns and ensure a smooth and orderly rollout of this new badly needed transit system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. Was there any other discussion on the correspondence? Councillor Pauls?
And thank you through the chair. It's 5.4, correspondent from Kelly Orchak respecting safety concern in Hamilton Parks. I was wondering if I could ask Director Baer or someone from the health and safety community a question. And my question is, in addition to the safety concern in parks which have homeless encampment, as outlined by Kelly in her letter, earlier this week on Tuesday evening, someone living in Montgomery Park, homeless encampment, was shot multiple times. This is not the first time that criminality has taken place in parks with homeless encampment, such as gunfire, stabbing, arson, illicit drug use. And my question is this: were the police, or why were the Hamilton Police not consulted in order for them to provide some robust statistic about safety concerns in parks with homeless encampments? Were they or were they not consulted?
So the question, I just want to clarify, you're not assuming that they were or they weren't. You're asking
I'm asking
whether
if
in fact they were or they weren't.
Because,
All right, and so I'm not sure who would be able to. City Manager Smith will respond, but I do want to remind the councillor that we are referring this to the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development, Healthy Safe Communities for appropriate action as well. So there will be likely opportunity to follow up
Right,
further.
and the reason I'm asking, Mayor, is that in my park, Peace Memorial, Inch Park, all the parks, they've had some criminal activities, and I have to answer that question. If
I
the
appreciate
police
that.
was-
I appreciate that.
Okay, thank
City
you.
Manager Smith, please.
Yes, through the mayor. So on a general level, police are every morning, there's a meeting with Housing Outreach, with bylaw, and police staff are there, where they look at priorities like health and safety, parks, and playgrounds where children are, as well as proximity to schools. And they use that as well as the complaints that come in through the one email. And I will be sending a note out to council to remind everyone to really use that one email box, because we're finding emails are being sent to a number of different places. And then we're not sure if we're getting duplication. We're spending a lot of time doing that instead of actioning. So the police are there, they look at that criteria, they look at the complaints coming in, we're meeting our 72-hour, and based on that, actions are taken. With specifically to that site, we'd have to take that offline to get to that, but that's the general process.
So a follow-up question,
Sure,
if I may?
absolutely.
So you're saying we have all the data from the police saying before the protocol was made that there will be some criminal activities in parks? Because the police are the ones that have all the stats about criminal activities, and so I think it should be, we should know what they are.
Through
City
the mayor,
Manager.
I can't speak on behalf of the police or what data they have on different sites, et cetera. That's something that the police would have to answer, but we can certainly look specifically at that site about what complaints come in and speak to you offline.
And thank you for that. And I'm not talking about a specific site. I'm talking about all parks. I think if we had more stats about encampments in parks, we would, the protocol might have not been what it is now. But anyways, thank you, and we'll talk later. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls, rather. As we know, the protocol has just begun, and there has been a report that describes the data collection that is going to be taking place. There has not been enough time passed yet, I don't think, to have data that is in any way reflective of what we are seeing and what we might need to do to address the ongoing concerns of unhoused folks, as well as community members who are also impacted. So on that note, we'll move on then to any further discussion on the correspondence. Seeing none, can I then have the vote on the correspondence, communication items? That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. Let's see, we're now going to be moving into Committee of the Whole. Councillor Beattie, may I have a motion to move into Committee of the Whole?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, that Council move into Committee of the Whole for consideration of committee reports, seconded by my colleague, Councillor Craig Kassar.
Okay, thank you. Can we please have the The vote now. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. So we're on to committee reports. Planning Committee Report 23-013, September 5th, 2023. Councillor Danko, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee report?
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by First Vice Chair Councillor Tammy Wang, that the Planning Committee Report 23-013, being the meeting held on Tuesday, September 5th, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Is there any discussion on the report? Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, speaking specifically to item 4 within the report for applications for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 1310 South Service Road. Madam Mayor, I contemplated taking a second run at this. I think it's the benefit of the process between our subcommittee deliberations and council ratification that we do have the opportunity to have some second thought. However, I've spoken to colleagues around the table, and I'm not sure that the outcome would be any different. So I'm simply going to offer some comments at this stage. I believe that the decision was incorrect, and I'll leave it at that. There are nuanced differences within our city between different areas. The urban reality, the suburban reality remain very different. And specifically to this site, we have an area that has had transit of all of 10 days. So it is by no means a fully fleshed out transit system. The nearest regional connection for commuters traveling to and from the GTHA is arguably the Burlington GO station. That's the quickest route, which still requires a vehicle to get there. The fact that 78 units would be allowed, permitted, to have 1/3 of a parking spot in an area that traditionally has been heavily commuter-based, traveling by motor car on the QEW, given its proximity to the QE, to the Toronto and surrounding areas. That past practice, I believe, will continue into the future. And while we're making strides to address the transit shortfalls, while we're making strides to address the pedestrian infrastructure that is deeply lacking in the area, the reality when the shovel goes into the ground will be that I think a minimum of 1-to-1 ratio for parking to unit count is appropriate in this setting. Unfortunately, this council will have other feelings on that. I think that I want to make a statement that we are going to be having conversations on parking minimums in the future. And I know that there's a movement to reduce them in some areas, and in urban areas where we have fully fleshed out transit systems, where we have interregional connections, where we have better pedestrian infrastructure, cycling infrastructure, multimodal transportation options. That makes sense. But there has to be a recognition at some point that not all parts of the city are the same, just in terms of base infrastructure. And when we do deliberate on those parking minimum conversations in the future, this is going to be a continuing and contentious issue that we're going to have to face and deal with in the future. So I'm going to leave it at that. Others may choose to join the conversation on this item. I will continue to work with the developer. The opportunity for this specific site, there's a plus in that they have to remediate the contaminated soils. There's going to be a great big hole in the ground anyways. So the market-driven initiative to add more parking, I think, will happen organically. And there's been a commitment from the developer to explore that. But in other cases, it may not be as cut and dry. So I look forward to future conversations, and they will be tough.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Clark, please. And just a reminder that when we go to the vote on this committee report, there are a couple of conflicts that we'll have to address, pulling out those for separate votes. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask our staff a question? Do we in any way, shape, or form limit the number of individuals that can live in a residential unit in the city of Hamilton?
GM Thorne, please.
So through the chair, no, what the zoning speaks to is number of units, number of bedrooms. How many people occupy that bedroom is not something that we would regulate.
Do we have any idea in the city of Hamilton how many residential units are being occupied by extended families? Grandparents, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, all living in one house because they can't afford to buy a house or afford the rent.
GM Thorne, please.
So through the chair, I won't be able to provide the number from memory, but what I will say is at the time we were doing the comprehensive review, we did do a review of what we call the PPU, persons per unit, which is an average number of people that we typically see on a typical size unit. Now, whether or not those persons represent multi-generational or just a larger family, we wouldn't necessarily know, but in terms of average persons per unit, I'm sorry, I can't rhyme off the number, but yes, that is information that we collect and that does inform our planning.
And how do we collect that information?
So through the chair, we would typically get that from census data in terms of number of persons per household. And then we also would rely on some of the demographic work that we did at the time that then forecast that into the future based on a number of different demographic factors, market factors in terms of household formation and family size in order to do a forecast of what the anticipated number of persons per unit will be in the future.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I ask those questions because my experience has been in the suburban community now is that townhouses, homes, and even condos for that matter, are being occupied by large extended families. The highest number that I can recollect residents admitting to was 15 people living in one home, one family, 6 cars. What we're talking about when we're saying we're limiting parking because everyone's going to get on transit, it's not a reality. And we're not going to see a reduction in cars, in my opinion, because they're all switching to hybrid and electric vehicles, and there's a big push on for electric vehicles, unless they become so expensive that no one can afford them. But the reality is today, we're approving houses, limiting parking, and creating bedlam in the community because people are driving around trying to find where they can park their car. So I don't support minimizing the parking on this particular development. I think Councillor Beattie's original motion was valid, and I think we need to be cognizant as we're moving forward with these new plans of the differences between the suburban area and an urban downtown area, which has excellent access to transit with lots of frequency. We don't have that yet in the suburbs.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thanks. Like my colleagues, I agree we have different local realities across our city. And I really appreciate the continued focus on what those are. I think as we approach these conversations, and I agree we're going to keep having them, and I don't think so much more today, but in the future as these planning conversations come up, we also have a different toolbox. Yes, there are different local realities that require differentiated solutions across our city, but we also have this century's toolbox to approach those solutions. Car usership and car ownership are different things. And we have the success of car share to show at least some folks in our community want to explore those types of conversations and those types of models. There's no one solution that's going to work for everyone. I think what we're talking about is a commitment to finding those solutions and finding them in the places they make sense, how they make sense. What the solutions we're bringing are going to have to look different across our different communities in our city. So really appreciate this conversation, really appreciate the passion and the local, I think, characters that are being brought into it, because they'll have to be. For any successful solution, we'll need to address those local characters. So really appreciate the conversation. I know we didn't come to maybe one decision as a council on this one, but I think we're getting closer as we keep having these conversations too.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I just wanted to fill in the conversation a little bit on relative to what's been said here today with what we talked about at Planning Committee. The city's not limiting parking. The proponent came with an application that met the citywide bylaw minimums for parking minimums, right? So the city is not limiting parking here. The proponent also indicated that, as Councillor Beattie repeated, they would consider, as they get further along in the process, that they could add more parking if they found it necessary. They also talked about unbundling the units from the parking spaces, and when they go to market, people purchasing those condos would know what they're getting. So the developer, the proponent here, is taking the risk. If they don't have enough parking, they won't be able to sell their units. So I just wanted that to be on the record here so we get a full picture and no one walks away thinking that the city has limited parking. That's not the case. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Kassar. There's nobody further on the list. I would just also want to add, if you would take the chair, Councillor Beattie, that as we look at the needs of our community as we grow and get larger, there are different household makeups that we are welcoming and that are here as Hamiltonians. And so when we have units that have multiple people, there are many cultures that have extended families that live together. That's how those communities culturally live their lives, and that's something that I think we also need to remember. So just wanted to fill that piece in. Thanks very much, Councillor Beattie. I'll take that chair back. It's awkward. So I don't see any further speakers. I think with the guidance of the clerk, we'll start by moving item 3, which was the conflict, disqualifying conflict declared by Councillor Clark. We'll vote on that one first. So item 3 on the Planning Committee report, please. Thank you. That carries 15-0 with the abstention from Councillor Clark because of the interest. Thanks all. We're now going to pull out item 8, I believe, for Councillor Maureen Wilson. So that vote's in front of us. That carries 15-0 with the interest declared by Councillor Maureen Wilson. And then on the balance of the report, please. We have a vote on the balance of the report. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much, all. We're now on to 6.2, which is the General Issues Committee Report 23-024, September 6, 2023. Councillor Beattie, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Report?
You may, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Craig Kassar that the General Issues Committee Report 23-024, being the meeting held on Wednesday, September 6, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Thanks
very much. I believe Councillor Maureen Wilson has an amendment to item 6, respecting updates to Commercial District Revitalization Grant Program respecting graffiti and vandalism supports for commercial properties and businesses, PED 23-140, wards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 15. Councillor Wilson, would you please present your amendment to item 6?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Just a backgrounder or a reminder, we tasked staff with reporting back on how we could increase access to grants for commercial property owners and businesses when they're faced with occurrences of vandalism. And this report that was presented to us was how to do that. And the report itself talked about, in order to make for a more efficient and effective system, that we would not necessarily oblige the commercial entity to report the vandalism to police. And that was raising questions about, are we foregoing an opportunity to maybe have some information that might be helpful for this community? And so I took that report away and engaged with some folks. And I really appreciate staff's advice and insight on this. So not obliging the commercial entity to report because for various reasons they may not wish to do that, but at least giving staff an opportunity to have that information if the commercial entity so inclines. So the amendment is with respect to B and C, and if I could read it into the public record now, that staff be directed to amend the Commercial District Revitalization Grant Program's application forms so as to request that applicants self-identify if they believe the act of graffiti and/or vandalism for which they are seeking a grant was hate motivated, and see that staff track these responses for reporting purposes and make available in the aggregated format to the public and organizations. Happy to engage in any questions, hopefully with answers. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. I'm not sure if the, so sorry, we do need a seconder. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Crutch, this is a seconder. Thanks, Councillor Crutch. I don't know if there's a capacity to put it on the screen in case council members want to have a better look at exactly what it is. I'm not sure if folks have received copies prior to meeting. Okay, thank you. Can we do that? Thank you. Thank you, Acting Clerk Pilon. We're getting that up on the screen. And it was late last night. That's okay. I think people would rather see it, so we'll wait patiently. No big deal. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Wilson, would you mind having a quick look to ensure that that's... I can relate to that. Thanks so much. So item A remains the same. The amendment speaks to items B and new item C. Okay, so the amendment is before us. Thank you for your explanation, Councillor Wilson. We have a speakers list on the amendment. Councillor Jackson, please.
Not on this item.
Okay, Councillor Clark, please.
Madam Mayor, I'm just trying to ask,
There we go.
I believe it said request that people self-identify. So we're not requiring that they self-identify. We're asking so that we can collect the data, correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Further discussion on this item? Councillor Pauls?
Yes, I just don't understand. Are we saying only if it's hate motivated they could apply for the grant, or is it any type of graffiti?
So my understanding, if I may, and I can look to Councillor Wilson if I'm incorrect, the idea is that we are asking that people apply for the grant regardless about regarding graffiti assistance for the removal, the cost of that. What this does is say we're asking people to identify at their decision, so we're not requiring them to rather, but we are requesting that they self-identify if they believe that the graffiti in question that they're applying for the grant to help remove is hate motivated.
Thank you.
To report that.
Right, and to make it clear
Yeah.
that everybody can apply for the grant.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further speakers on this, on these amendments, and so we'll first vote on those amendments then, as presented. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We are now back to the report as a whole. Speakers list, just so folks know, we have Councillor Jackson, Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Danko. Councillor Jackson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Just on item 1, addressing the needs of unsheltered individuals, those relying on Hamilton's emergency shelter system. If I could just request respectfully D, E, F, and G. We had those 4 items bundled together at committee for a separate vote. I would respectfully request we could do the same thing here. I'm just concerned with the approximate $40 million, half a dozen more staff that we're referring, and especially the G item that talks in principle about approving the $31 million over 3 years. Don't have to repeat, but I will repeat that we're heading into just one of the most challenging budget years in 2024. So I would just ask D, E, F, and G to be consistent with what we did at GIC could be a separate vote. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going back to item 6, if I may. And I'm just seeking clarification. In the title of the report, it names a number of wards, but it is not inclusive of all wards. Can someone explain that?
Thanks, Councillor Clark. GM Thorne, please.
Through the chair, we're referring to item 6, the commercial district revitalization program?
Yep.
Yes, so those are the wards that the existing program applies to, so we have not changed the boundaries as part of this report. It's just the addition of the program. So these are the wards, and it's specific areas within those wards that the existing program applies to, so the boundaries are unchanged.
So what happens in wards who are not named in this particular bylaw if they experience graffiti on a commercial property that they can't afford to handle?
GM Thorne?
So through the chair, outside and it's not the entirety of those wards, it's commercial areas within those wards, and those are specifically defined in the program. So outside of those areas, they would not be eligible for the existing program, and they would not be eligible for these additional provisions that are being added to the program.
And can someone help me with the rationale as to why some wards would be included in this program and others would not?
GM Thorne, please.
So through the chair, the city's ability to provide these kinds of grants is tied to the CIP, the Community Improvement Plan, which does go through a statutory process in terms of setting the boundaries and defining the applicable area. And then once that is done, then the city offers these programs within it. As I said, in terms of bringing forward these changes, this is a modification to the terms of the existing program, not seeking to change where the program applies to.
Thank you. I'll take the rest offline.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Danko, please. I'm sorry? Okay, that's great, thank you. Okay, so now seeing no further speakers on the speakers list, we're on to the General Issues Committee report, and if I'm not mistaken, the request was to have item 1, is it item 1, split, having a separate vote on D, E, F, and G as a bundle. So let's start with that. I think folks will remember the GIC debate and discussion. We're voting, item 1 was pulled for a separate vote on D, E, F, and G. And so that's what we're voting on. Sorry if I wasn't making that very clear. Yeah, what? I'm also going to raise that one. Okay, that carries 10-6. And then we will go to item 6, which was amended already. So actually now it's just the balance of the report. We have item 1 and item 6 have been amended. So then on the balance of the report, can we please have the vote? Oh, Councillor Danko.
Thank you. Sorry, I just wasn't able to indicate. I had asked General Manager Zagaric if we could get a total for how much we've invested in 2023 on homelessness supports. I believe, if I'm remembering from the debate, it was we had 16 million in the budget. We had added an additional 22 million in year, and then through this approval, we're about to add an additional 8 million. I'm not sure if General Manager Zagaric could provide an update, but I'd like to know how much specifically we're putting in this calendar year.
I don't see GM Zagaric with us. I look to the city manager, perhaps. And this has been already dealt with, but I'm going to give you some leeway in terms of bringing up this issue. Thank you.
Through the mayor, that is my recollection of the numbers, Councillor Danko, but I always like GM Zagaric to double check, and we're just tracking him down. I think he just took a short break.
That's okay. I can confirm with GM Zagaric. It's a conversation that we had, but I just think it's important to, for all of council to understand the level of investment that we are putting into homelessness supports is unprecedented. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. I appreciate you raising that, which is why we continue to advocate for other orders of government to actually do what they're supposed to be doing and providing that funding. So I very much appreciate that. Okay, so then we're back to the vote on the balance of the report. Okay, thank you. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. So we're now on to item 6.3, Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report 23-013, September 7th, 2023. Councillor Kretsch, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report?
Sure thing. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Tammy Huang, that the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report 23-013, being the meeting held on Thursday, September 7th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are any speakers on this item? Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Item 5, review of the City of Hamilton Volunteer Advisory Committees. I'm very much grateful, and I've had in the last 24 hours communication with the mover of this at AFNA, Councillor Maureen Wilson, and I very much respect the fact that the review of our volunteer advisory committees is in order. Mayor Horvath, I'm just going to make some comments, and then afterwards, if anyone wants to possibly provide some further reassurances for me, specifically on the Seniors Advisory Committee, I'd be grateful. I appreciate the fact that the Climate Change Advisory Committee will continue. I'm glad that the Veterans Advisory Committee will continue, and I'm glad the Seniors Advisory Committee will continue. I'm very grateful to Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Huang, I believe, who was the seconder that ensured the Seniors Advisory Committee that I've had many years of affiliation with from being a council appointee for many terms in dealing with the wonderful volunteers that make up that committee, the 19 members across our cities. So and I'm glad they were separated because I found, especially the veterans and the seniors, climate change is fairly, obviously, very new. Mayor Horvath, I found the other two to be quite active. They have provided a number of recommendations over the years. Their quorum is more than capably kept, and I'll say that primarily again in my monthly attendance in the past at the Seniors Advisory Committee chaired by Penelope Petrie. And even our mission and vision statement, they had a hand in amending it a number of terms ago to say not only a best place to raise a child, Mayor Horvath, but to age successfully. And they brought a number of recommendations forward over the years that Council has adopted, whether it's in the form of housing, recreation, getting around Hamilton, mobility for seniors, transit, whatever the case might be. Elder abuse, they have very active working groups. So I'm giving all that preamble to say I'm pleased that seniors will continue. I guess my only little concern was in the bold type here on page 3 that says so they can continue to plan the wonderful, well-attended 23 Senior of the Citizen Year Awards. I believe it's coming up next month. And so obviously, yes, they typically will get 500-600 out to that wonderful event honoring citizen volunteers of seniors that are seniors across the city. However, I was hoping that that didn't mean that after that's done, they will join the many other advisory committees that are being paused because of underachieving. These are my words. Maybe many of those other advisory committees are either underachieving, underperforming, not meeting quorum, not clear about what the role and mandate might be of those other advisory committees. So with that long preamble, can I just be assured that the Seniors Advisory Committee's work will continue beyond the awards night in October? Mayor Horvath, if anybody wants to chime in or anybody wants to give me an affirmative nod of my head, that would be all I would ask for, please, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. City Manager Smith, please.
Through the mayor, to the councillor, no, because we know as soon as one event is done, the planning starts for the next one. And so the intent is while the review is going on, that advisory committee continues as well as the other two you mentioned. They will be part of the review and have input, but they will not be paused at all.
City Manager Smith, that will be one of your most telling final comments and statements as you slowly depart. I'm very grateful for that reassurance. Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Thank you, City Manager Smith.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. So if we're pausing are we pausing the work of these committees now while we undertake the review, or do those committees continue to be active while we undertake the review?
City Manager Smith, please.
Through the chair, no, they would, the ones, except for those 3 listed, they would be paused. And my understanding, and Director Stahl can confirm, prior to this motion coming forward, all the advisory committees were consulted around this pause, and several of them do not have quorum because they've had a lot of people resign, so they aren't meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, City Manager Smith. Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. I wouldn't want this discussion to end, and I know it was not the intention to do so, but I wouldn't want this discussion to end on a note of this is a punitive review. That was never the intent. The review is such that it's time And I think it's time, because we value volunteers, to make sure that we're making the most of their time, to make sure that we're giving the support that they need, to make sure that the work that they're doing is not in conflict or since the birth, if you will, of advisory committees, we have a very engaged community, Mayor Horvath, and there are now groups and agencies and volunteer collectives out there that are doing good work. HIPSI, for example. So to ensure that we're not undermining, we're not duplicating, and that we're giving the support that is needed, and that the work of advisory committees is in keeping with the directions that municipalities are having to go, whether that's by force or by choice. So that is the intent. I see it as an opportunity. I believe my seconder, Councillor Wang, and she is nodding, sees it as an opportunity. So I just wanted to leave it on that note. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. I would only add very quickly that this is something that many organizations are in the process of doing. The number of volunteers has decreased significantly. I was just visiting City Kids yesterday and heard some concerns about what they're trying to do to bring their volunteers back. We have a great history of volunteerism in the city. Things have changed, and so many organizations are doing this kind of review. So I want to thank Councillor Wilson and Councillor Huang for bringing this forward and getting us to do that work as well. So on that note, is there any further discussion on the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee report? Seeing none, then we'll go to the vote on the report, which is before you. That carries 16-0. Thank you very much. We will now move on to the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 23-011, September 7, 2023. Councillor Clark, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Craig Kassar that the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 23-011, being the meeting held on Thursday, September the 7th, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Are there any? Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Are there any items within the report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Item 2, I just always like to give credit where credit's due, and this is the 23 Ministry of Long-Term Care Funding Enhancement. The Ford government has listened. They've come through on this file. I want to thank the government MPPs of this area, Donna Skelly and Neil Lumsden, and of course the 3 MPPs as well from the opposition that were part of supporting the 100% provincial funding enhancement from the Ministry of Long-Term Care to provide care and services 7 days a week to our residents in our 2 fabulous municipally owned Macassa Lodge and Wentworth Lodge homes be used to provide an additional hiring of 36 full-time equivalents starting April 1st. That started April 1st of this year, which will be backfilled with an estimate gross cost of $3.1 million approximately, net cost of $0 annually be approved. This will be over and above the 39 FTEs that were hired in the last couple of years through Ministry 100% funding last term of council, Mayor Horvath. So this is just tremendous news for the 270 frail elderly residents of Macassa, the 160 frail elderly residents of Wentworth Lodge that call our 2 municipal homes their homes in the twilight of their lives. And this will further enhance the ratio of city staff employees, RNs, RNAs, and PSWs to further serve the frail elderly residents of these 2 homes. I'm just so grateful, delightful, and again, fully 100% funded by the province, fully supportive. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. I don't see anybody else on. Oh, Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. And I want to thank Councillor Jackson for always bringing this up. with, his love for seniors and for our two long-term care. I want everybody to know that Macassa Lodge was in Ward 6, so Councillor Jackson has championed that, and I want to thank you for that. But I want everybody to know that it is in my ward now, and he still champions it. I was going to say something, but you know what? I want to thank Councillor Jackson for that, for always bringing it up. We have the two best long-term care facility. There's a long list of people that want to go there because it's run so well. So I want to applaud the City of Hamilton for these two long-term care, and thank you again, Councillor Jackson, for your care. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. I'm sure we're all very, very supportive of our homes and the staff who make sure that people are well cared for. I don't see any further. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On item 1, can I get clarification on A2? The provision of one overnight warming bus at an approximate cost of $217,000. Is this one of our HSR buses that we're utilizing?
Looking to the, acting GM Mater, please. Are you acting GM, or what are we doing now with all of these? We just got a memo this morning, I think.
Good morning, Grace Mater, General Manager. I'll just leave it at that. Okay. I'm going to refer this question to Director Baird.
Thanks. Director Baird, please. Oh, there you are.
Through the mayor to the councillor, this is one of our existing HSR buses. It will be used specifically for this purpose, and there will be staffing on the bus that are contracted agency staff that work within the homeless serving sector.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
So I'm trying to understand what the costs are for then. $217,000.
Through the mayor, the costs include the cost of a driver for the bus, so it's the salary for the driver, as well as the salary costs for the staffing on the bus.
Councillor Clark?
For December 1 to March 31st.
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further. Every time I say that, though, another name pops up, so I'm just going to pause for a moment. Okay. So seeing no further speakers, then we'll go to the report, the vote on the report. Please indicate your votes on the Emergency and Community Services Committee report. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. 6.5 is the Public Health Committee Report 23-009, September 8, 2023. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Health Committee report?
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson that the Public Health Committee Report 23-009, being the meeting held on Friday, September the 8th, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within the report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. In keeping with some of the comments made by the previous speaker on giving credit where credit's due, I think it's equally incumbent on us to hold accountable where those need to be held accountable. And I'm speaking specifically in this report about item 4, which is Healthy Babies, Healthy Children Program Budget, which is a provincially funded program. Earlier in the public health agenda, we had a discussion about our genuine concern for the rising rates of mental health being experienced by young Hamiltonians. We know from our population health data that, for example, young people who identify as young women, the rates of self-harm are going through the roof. And I think that it is absolutely necessary for us to couple those statistics, our discussions about increased homelessness, our discussions about the vulnerability of people who identify as women when it comes to violence inside and outside the home, to talk about the absolute necessity of investing in maternal health and young children and families at risk. The fact that this program has been capped at $2015, there is absolutely a relationship between healthy seniors and healthy babies. And we were told during this discussion that for every dollar that we put into healthy children and families at risk, we're saving $13 at the other end. I don't think in my years of service here I have ever received that kind of report with a return on investment. So I want to underscore how short-sighted and how frustrating this is for us as a society and as a province to be in receipt of news where we're capped at $2015 when it comes to the investment of families who are at risk, and specifically those children, because we know that when we invest in children, that is the best recipe for economic development. That is the best recipe for cost savings. That is the best recipe in terms of living perhaps a greater chance, a trajectory of life out of poverty. So just as the previous speaker in the previous report wanted to underscore something, I too, out of principle, want to underscore how disappointed and how regrettable it is that we have this continued cap in $2015. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I might just say that this recommendation includes us stepping in to fill some of the shortfall to continue the programming to March 31st. Another example of the city taking on responsibilities that belong at a different order of government. So thanks very much all for that conversation. Any further speakers to this report? No? Seeing none then, can we please go to the vote on the report? And that report carries 16-0. Thank you very much. We're now on to the Public Works Committee Report 23-012, September 8th, 2023. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee report?
Certainly. It's moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Esther Pauls that the Public Works Committee Report 23-012, being the meeting held on Friday, September 8th, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks so very much. Are there any items within this report that members would like to discuss, amend, or have voted on separately? Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Item 9, I'd like to have a separate vote, please. The title of this item is Transit Maintenance and Storage Facility - Cost Increase. So it was an in-camera discussion, but I think it's very well known in the public that the last 10 years or so, past councils and this one are looking at seeing the feasibility of building a second bus barn. So I would just like a separate vote on this, primarily because of those two words beside the title, cost increase. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. Just want to speak to two items, if I may. Item number 6, the Hamilton Water Financial Plan. Can I just have someone from Hamilton Water describe for the public what this financial plan will mean to them in terms of water rates for the next 10 years?
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Have a response coming.
Morning, through the chair. Shane McCauley, Director of Water Wastewater Operations. This financial plan certainly lays out our obligations and our requirements. Our current budget process is underway, and it's too early for me to speak to what this is going to mean in the immediate needs. Perhaps General Manager Zagaric has more information to provide.
Thanks, Director McCauley.
Through you,
GM
Madam Mayor.
Zagaric, thank you.
Mike Zagaric, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. The report brought before Public Works Committee is similar to the financial reporting municipalities provide to provincial government. It really provides a state of the financial position of Hamilton Water operations. The question with respect to the 2024 rate-supported budget, and this is referenced in the report makes reference to a forecasted 2024 water and wastewater rate, which would represent an increase of just short of 10%. I do want to note that that forecast was prior to some legislative changes, principally Bill 23, and as well as some of our historic treatment of development charge exemptions. That forecasted 10% increase for 2024 would effectively double to capture some of the impacts as it relates to development charge exemptions. So again, the report really provides a indication of financial position of Hamilton Water and does reference a preliminary forecast for 2024 of short of 10%, which is not inclusive of legislative changes that will effectively double that forecast.
Thanks, GM Zagaric. Councillor Clark?
Let's say it out loud. Doubling the forecast would mean 20% increase?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, and in fact, that figure will be made public today through the 2024 Outlook report that will be brought before General Issues Committee on September 20th.
Thank you. And is there an expectation as to what the increase will be over the next 10 years?
GM Zagaric?
Through the chair, drawing from last year's 10-year forecast, as the city does do multi-year budgeting, the forecast included annual increases each and every year of approximately 10%. And that was principally related to infrastructure. And given that infrastructure is one of the principal factors in terms of Hamilton Water's investment strategy, that does tie into, for instance, Bill 23. As municipalities grow and make investments in terms of environmental upgrades, that has an impact in terms of rates in order to fund and service the infrastructure. And as we have continued erosion in terms of our financial tools around funding of infrastructure, such as development charges, as those tools are lessened by provincial government, that pressure transfers on to existing ratepayers. And so the annual increases are approximately 10%, and that is principally related to infrastructure.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
And the increase to 20%, that's with regards to the changes to the Development Charges Act?
GM Zagaric?
Through the chair, it's related to development charge exemptions, two parts to it. The legislative changes make up about 2/3 of that additional pressure. And historically, the city has provided discretionary development charge exemptions that we need to fully fund. And so it is principally related to Bill 23, but there are some discretionary development charge exemptions that factor into that figure as well.
So not only have taxpayers in Hamilton paid for the infrastructure that's in the ground already that services their houses, now they have to pay for infrastructure that will serve future houses, and in the past, future houses paid for that service. So is that a fair, in very colloquial terms, describe the level of chutzpah from the province?
Thanks, Councillor Clark.
Yeah.
GM Zagaric?
Through the chair, it is a fair description, and I would expand to say that housing and homeowners will continue to pay as it relates to the funding of growth-related infrastructure. The change is that as fewer home buyers, either first-time or home buyers of
new or secondary investment properties, as they will be contributing less as relates to that growth infrastructure, is existing home buyers are going to have to absorb more of those costs. And that creates a challenge, especially for those home buyers who may be on a fixed income. And so again, while the intent is to lessen the cost of housing, the outcome is it will still be borne by homeowners. It will now just be borne by all homeowners, not those purchasing homes.
Councillor Clark?
Well, that's totally depressing. And so we have to provide this. There's no latitude to the municipality to delay this document. We have to provide an explanation to the province in terms of how we're going to fund our water services, correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the financial report's a legislative requirement, and beyond that financial report is staff will be preparing the 2024 budget that will speak to some of the more recent changes that are not captured in that financial report, but are subsequent to the development of the 2023 budget.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. And then at the appropriate time, Madam Mayor, if you could come to me for item number 9.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't see any further speakers to this report, but thank you, Councillor Clark, for teasing out the details on that so that people have a sense of the pressures there and where they stem from. I don't see anybody else, so I'm going to go back to you, Councillor Clark, for a second time, this time on item 9.
So the transit maintenance and storage facility, colloquial term called a bus barn. I was vaguely under the impression that we had at least a commitment from senior levels of governments to assist us with this project. Has that changed?
Jim Zagarek or Director Cozen-Heath? Heath Cozen?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can start. And the director can add on. There was a previous commitment through previous federal provincial programs whereby senior levels of government were assuming approximately 73% of the cost of the construction. Those commitments were commitments of some years ago. And the report that was presented in camera to Public Works Committee speaks to some of the costs in today's dollars relative to those commitments. And finally, those commitments have been capped in absolute dollar terms. And consequently, if there are pressures similar to supply chain pressures or inflationary pressures under the transfer payment agreement, all municipalities have to absorb that risk and backstop the project.
Well, Mayor, I guess I'm going to have to look more closely at these commitment agreements for the small print at the bottom that indicates that it can change over time. You know, we try to make plans based on those commitments. And define that changed and is now putting the municipality, and I can't get into all the details because of the confidentiality of it, but this is a huge expense that we're putting on residential taxpayers now. And I can't support that. I cannot. We keep acquiescing to senior levels of government who back away from programs, and we pick up the funding because that program is doing excellent work in our community, but it's our property taxpayers that are paying the bill. And I have a problem with that, so I'll just oppose number 9 when it comes to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor McMeekin for first time.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm reluctant to enter the debate again. I think some of the points that have been made need to be highlighted. The main question for most of us ought to be, why are municipalities the only level of government that don't have the opportunity to run deficits and are in the most difficult fiscal position, the ones that get left holding the bag so often. I supported moving forward with this the other day, contingent on a commitment that the feds and the province would honor their percentage commitment. And we had some vague assurances that we were doing all we can to attempt to ensure that was the case. Is there any update on that? Given the immensity of the, without getting into the specifics, the increase, it seems almost inconceivable to me that we can move forward with this without that assurance. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I don't know that the city manager or Director
Cousin Heath.
Cozen Heath, sorry, might have something to add.
We have continued to reach out to the Ministry of Ontario and the Ministry of Infrastructure to have further conversations about the current situation in the proportionate share through AMO, through recent conversations with ministers directly, and we will continue to do so. There has been no formal update that I could provide at this time.
Councillor McMeekin?
So on a scale 1 to 10, what's our ability to back away from a decision like this pending a denial on the part of the two senior levels to continue to contribute at a level that's commensurate with their ability as contrasted to ours?
If we approve this, I would just say if we approve this report today, it would require a reconsideration, which would require a 2/3 vote.
I think that General.
City Manager Smith, please.
Through the mayor, I was only going to add to fully answer that question, we would probably need to go into in camera.
Okay. Okay.
So you have anything further to ask then, Councillor McMeekin?
Well, to further answer the question, we need to go in camera. If someone's got a further answer to that, we should hear it. Let's go in camera.
So are you making a motion then, Councillor McMeekin, to
I'll move it,
move
yep.
into camera?
Yep.
Clerk Pilon, please.
If we're going to go into in camera to discuss item 9, we would defer the consideration of the Public Works report until after we rise from
Fair enough.
Closed session.
Okay, thank you. We have an item in closed session anyways that may or may not require discussion. So we'll then defer this report to the in-camera session if we have a seconder to go in camera on this report. Seconded by Councillor Clark. I guess we require a vote on going into camera on this particular item. Clerk Pilon.
We would only go into camera when we're going into camera for the other item. So we're just deferring the Public Works report.
Okay,
at this
I got you.
point.
I got you. Okay, and so there's no anything further required in terms of the deferral, just moving around the agenda. Right? Okay, perfect. Thank you then. Appreciate that. Okay, with that then, Clerk Pilon.
Yes, we do need a motion to defer the consideration until after closed session.
Okay, I guess that's moved by Councillor McMeekin and seconded by Councillor Clark. Is that all right with you, Councillor Clark? Okay, so then can we have a vote on deferring the deliberation of this item to following the in-camera conversation? Carries 16-0. Thanks very much. Okay, so that being deferred, we are now on to motions. Item 7. I'm sorry?
We
Are we
would
good?
normally have the motion to rise and report, but as we've still got the Public Works Committee report to deal with after closed session, we'll rise after we deal with that after closed session.
So we're going to continue through the agenda and then go into closed session and then rise and report? Okay. All right, then. So we'll do motions in committee of the whole. Is that correct? We're in committee of the whole still and we're doing motions?
When a committee report is deferred until after closed session due to a matter that we need to go into closed session for, we don't rise from committee of the whole until after we've dealt with all of the reports. So that will be after we deal with the Public Works report, after we're in closed session.
Okay. As long as everybody around this table is all right with that, it seems a bit strange procedurally. However, the only other option would be to go into camera now and then rise and report and then go on to motions. So with the clerk's advice, as it stands, I'm not prepared to challenge that. So we'll go ahead. The clerk's advice is to not go in camera now, is to wait. So motions are in front of us, and we have the first motion is moved by Councillor Clark, 7.1.
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Craig-Azar. It's an amendment to item 6A, V8-1 of Audit Finance Administration Committee Report 23-005. This is respecting the Integrity Commissioner contract extension. I'm not going to read all of the whereases, but we are recommending that the council approve the extension to the contract until November the 30th, and that's to enable our staff to do the appropriate review of all of the people, or I guess applicants that want the job.
Okay, so that motion is on the table. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Just trying to better understand the decision-making tree here. Is there obviously time sensitivity to this in that this wasn't brought to the attention of the governance committee, from governance to AFNA, from AFNA to this? Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Smith, please.
Through the mayor, yes, it was a time sensitivity because the contract was going to expire at the end of this month, and we just need a bit more time to go through that review process with the large committee we have reviewing all the proposals.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I don't see any further discussion on this motion. Can we then go to the vote, please? That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're on to item 7.2, Municipal Protected Areas Project Pilot Program, Ontario Nature. Councillor Cassar, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. It was a notice of motion at the previous council, so I won't go through all the whereases, but I'll speak to the resolutions and then speak to it generally. This is a pilot project proposal with Ontario Nature for municipally protected areas for a pilot program. The resolution is that the City of Hamilton continue to engage with Ontario Nature regarding the potential feasibility for the city to participate in the Municipal Protected Areas Project pilot. that staff from Planning and Economic Development be directed to determine an appropriate work program for Hamilton to participate in the project. That complements the work being undertaken for the city's Rural and Natural Heritage Municipal Comprehensive Review, and that staff be directed to provide recommendation report to Planning Committee in Q4 of this year outlining potential staffing and financial needs associated with our participation. So if I could speak to it just briefly, we, as a council this year, have committed to a biodiversity action plan, an urban forest strategy. We have almost 37,000 hectares of core natural heritage lands. And federally, there is an initiative to protect 30% of our natural areas and water by 2030. So given that, this is an opportunity for the public to publicly support that target, to embed a commitment to contribute through policies and plans to that target, to assess municipal lands to determine what already could be included as protected areas, and to enhance policies and management approaches to have more lands that count towards that target. So I think this is very consistent with how this council has prioritized items. It is actually part of our priorities, council priorities, and I'm hoping for support to move this forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Any further discussion? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, really appreciative of the work of Councillor Kassar in drafting this motion, setting up meetings with Ontario Nature City staff and continuing this work. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge where we all were maybe a year and a bit ago, talking about growing the Greenbelt. Mayor, you were in an election talking about increasing the size of the Greenbelt, and that was the public discussion at the time, and we're in such a different place now. I really appreciate finding these quick wins, working with our partners, and being able to talk about where the city has already led through efforts of past generations to protect places, where motions like the one Councillor Beattie brought forward to add in new acquisitions, how can we get the credit for those, and how can we work with our federal partners in recognizing the excellence and conservation that's happening here? And how can we do all of this in a way that helps us get back to that story of growing the Greenbelt, increasing the areas that we have protected, standing up for our streams, as opposed to the direction we've been on recently in this province?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Now, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So if I understand correctly, we're simply asking staff to report back on the financial obligations that would be required if we continue to engage with Ontario Nature for this project. Is that?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No further speakers, so that was moved by Councillor Kassar then. Who was your seconder again, Councillor Kassar? Councillor Wilson? Alex Wilson? Okay, so let's move to the vote then, folks. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to item 7.3, and just a reminder that Councillor Pauls had identified a conflict on when the vote comes. And so, Councillor Kretsch, could you please present your motion?
Yes, it's moved by me and seconded by Councillor Huang, and this is a continuation of the Ward 2 Community Grants Program from, I think, our last council meeting, and there'll be one more coming forward. So this is new. The only difference here is that we're just trying to split up the first part of this into several motions because we're, again, trying to be as low barrier as possible when it comes to this grants program for people in terms of helping them with their applications and making sure we understand what their requests are before we come forward to council with them. So it's taken some time for some organizations to file paperwork, get us their financial statements, that kind of stuff, provide receipts. Like, we want to make sure we have everything we need before we bring it here. In the future, there'll probably only be one motion, irregularly. And then we're going to reevaluate the program at the end of this year and figure out what to do for 2024. And just as a reminder to folks, the reason why there's so many of these things coming forward now is because we're dealing with a bit of a backlog. There was a surplus of money left in this specific place, and there's a time clock ticking on it, so I want to make sure we put that money out into the community where it can be best used, and that's why I've done it in this kind of way. So happy for questions, but otherwise this is the same exact thing that happened, I think, the last council meeting. It's just a continuation of that. And thanks to Councillor Huang for her support.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kretsch. Are there any speakers? Councillor Pauls?
Thank you, and through the chair. I do have some general comments on.
Can I just stop you for a minute? You've declared an interest.
Yes, I did.
And it was a...
Part of the motion has funds.
Yes, but if you've declared an interest that is a disqualifying interest, then you can't debate
Right,
this.
just the one part, though. I'm debating the whole
No, it's a motion.
Right, and I want to talk about the motion, not about my part.
So you're
of the
moving a
motion.
particular section out
Yes,
that you will be
voting against because
voting
it's
against.
conflict. But it's the whole motion I want to speak to.
So
if I
can you just
may.
clarify for the clerks which
The whole
part?
motion except.
Which part are you pulling out as a
I'm calling
for
out,
separate vote for conflict?
The one for the paramedic, $5,000 goes to the paramedics.
That's F, item F?
I believe it's F.
F, right.
Okay, no, yes, I see it. Okay.
So basically, I want to talk about the motion. The last time a council, I voted against, and I'll be opposing, as I remain concerned about councillor being able to receive and review ward-specific grant application, and in turn allocate funds through so-called community grants as a ward level. As such, I will be exploring the possibility of legislative changes to prevent this from happening in the future, given that the city already has a full and robust community granting mechanism through the City Enrichment Fund with concrete parameters that are designed to ensure grants are supportive of the city's strategic plan and 25-year community vision. I remain concerned, and that's my concern, that at the precedent that this sets, and no doubt, council will be inundated with ward-specific grant funding application that will result in conflict of interest. It's a minefield. So if we look at the community grant and I award somebody, I went out for lunch with them and they asked me for a grant and I oppose it. That could create a conflict.
So it's discussed that there's nothing untoward happening here in terms of the funds being allocated into the ward. You may have recommendations around how councillors who have these funds available to do that work. That's your prerogative, right. And you can make any kind of move you like in terms of changing that or putting motions forward to change that. But I do not want to have at this table the conversation that suggests or implies that a councillor who's doing what is within their realm of ability to do, nothing untoward right. and nothing wrong, right. It's being suggested that that's not the case. And so I just would ask if you could be very, very yes. thoughtful about how you describe your concern with this particular motion.
And thank you, Mayor. And I always stand to be corrected. And I didn't mean anything toward that councillor for this motion. I mean all the councillors that we know that our taxes are going up, and this is funds that could stay in our wards to do other things. So that's my concern. So I know one of the councillors said that, well, it's in our mandate. We have it. It's legislative. It's allowed. Well, maybe we should change it. So anyway, so I will be voting opposed to the whole thing, and especially because one of them is for paramedics, and my daughter-in-law is a paramedic here.
And what we will do is when the vote comes, we will pull that one out so that you can identify your abstention based on your interest, right. and then we will go with the balance of the motion.
Okay.
We have a speakers list now. Councillor Clark, please.
So can I ask staff, because I don't have one of those funds, and I'm not asking for one. I'm just making it clear I don't have one. I thought we pretty much had the rules in place that enabled the ward councillors from wards 1 to 8 that they can distribute those funds, and they bring the motion to us here at council, and we say yay or nay depending on the application. my understanding is what is being proposed by the ward councillor is completely within his authority and completely compliant with city policy. Can I just get staff to comment on that, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Clark. James Garrick, please.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor, the city does have a policy as it relates to the capital reinvestment or area rating reserves. That policy, the city has also developed a bit of a toolkit, a checklist for councillors to follow as they consider bringing forward for council's consideration investments or grants. And finally, the motion that's before you is in keeping with that policy and that process.
So our decision here today is not on what the policy may be in the future. Our decision today is what the policy is today.
Absolutely.
And the ward councillors' recommendations are fully compliant with those policies. There is no rationale to vote against it.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I'm very appreciative of your comments earlier. Those were going to be mine. I found the comments offered by the councillor very regrettable. Using terms like so-called community grant, it did impugn. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think GM Zagaric answered the question via Councillor Clark's inquiry. And in the policy, if I could just clarify through you, Mayor, there is specifically language that speaks to community grants.
James Garrick.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is, I believe it's referred to as social infrastructure. That might have referenced the term incorrectly, but it is included in the policy.
Thank you. Fully in compliance and happy to support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Okay, so I don't see any further discussion on this item. However, Councillor Pauls is here. So we're going to start with the item F, where to separately vote on that item in this motion to allow Councillor Pauls to identify her interest. And so, Councillor Pauls, you would need to abstain from item F. That carries 14-0 with one abstention. And then now on the balance of the motion, please. That carries 14-1. Thanks very much. We're now back, continuing on to the motions, or notices of motion. We have a notice of motion, rather, 8.1, which is the feasibility of a judicial review of the Government of Ontario's decision to remove lands from the Greenbelt plan within the City of Hamilton. I believe Councillor Danko would like that to be voted on today. So can I have the motion then to waive the rules, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a motion to waive the rules moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson, that the rules of order be waived to allow the introduction of a motion respecting the feasibility of a judicial review of the Government of Ontario's decision to remove lands from the Greenbelt plan within the City of Hamilton. And this is timely and does need a decision by this council today, as there is a specific timeline for when new information becomes available to when a judicial review can be filed.
Thanks. Then let's go to the vote on the waiving of the rules, please. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. Councillor Danko, can you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Reading this into the record, the motion is for the feasibility of a judicial review of the Government of Ontario's decision to remove lands from the Greenbelt plan within the City of Hamilton. Whereas on December 16th, 2022, the Government of Ontario removed 795 hectares of land from the Greenbelt plan within the City of Hamilton, and those lands were selected and recommended for removal by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Whereas the Provincial Housing Affordability Task Force, the Auditor General for the Province of Ontario, and the City of Hamilton have all independently concluded that Greenbelt lands are not required to meet Hamilton's provincially mandated housing growth targets. Whereas after a comprehensive investigation, the Auditor General for the Province of Ontario concluded that, quote, the exercise to change the Greenbelt boundaries in fall 2022 cannot be described as a standard or defensible process, end quote. Whereas the Auditor General for the Province of Ontario specifically recommends that, quote, the government requests that the Housing Ministry, in conjunction with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, and the Ministry of Agricultural, Food and Rural Affairs, Indigenous communities and relevant stakeholders, such as municipalities, reevaluate the 2022 decision to change the Greenbelt boundaries, end quote. Whereas the Integrity Commissioner for the Province of Ontario determined that the Greenbelt land removal process was marked by, quote, unnecessary hastiness and deception, end quote. Whereas the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for the Government of Ontario was directly responsible for the selection and recommendation of removal of lands from the Greenbelt and was found to have violated Section 2, Conflict of Interest, and Section 3, Insider Information, of the Members' Integrity Act, and subsequently resigned from his cabinet position. And whereas the decision by the Government of Ontario to remove lands from the Greenbelt has been referred to the RCMP for criminal investigation, whereas the Premier of the Province of Ontario has publicly stated that the Government of Ontario's decision to remove lands from the Greenbelt was a result of, quote, a flawed process, end quote. And whereas recent new information strongly suggests that the decision of the Government of Ontario to remove lands from the Greenbelt may not have been a fair, reasonable, or lawful. So therefore be it resolved that the City of Hamilton Legal Services staff be directed to review the feasibility of a judicial review of the Government of Ontario's decision to remove lands from the Greenbelt plan within the City of Hamilton. So just to speak to...
And that's seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson as well?
Seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson, yes, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So this motion was developed in discussions with you in your office, with Councillor Maureen Wilson, quite a number of emails and phone calls, several of my colleagues, and with legal staff. And I'd really like to thank the residents that were at the public engagement meeting that was held last week that really highlighted the need for this council to use every single tool that is available to us in order to challenge the provincial decision to remove lands from the Greenbelt. I want to state up front that this is not a silver bullet, that a judicial review is an extremely high bar for anyone to pass. But I think as a municipality, there is new information that is available to us that was not available when this decision was first issued back in December of 2022. We have previously talked about options for judicial review of both the urban boundary expansion and the Greenbelt. But based on the new information that's available, I think there's 5 things that really stand out to me that indicate that this is a path that we could explore as a municipality. So first is the fact that the Provincial Housing Affordability Task Force, the Auditor General, and the City of Hamilton have all independently concluded that we do not need to bulldoze a single hectare of Greenbelt land in order to meet our provincially mandated housing targets. The talking points for the provincial government to date are consistently that, folks, I need to build $1.5 million houses, or 1.5 million houses in the province of Ontario, and that we need to pave over the best farmland in Canada in order to do that. That is categorically false. That we know that absolutely. Then we have the Auditor General's evaluation of the process that led to the selection of the Greenbelt lands to be removed. And I think it's important that we understand that the Auditor General's report was a comprehensive, in-depth evaluation of the processes that the government used. They called witnesses. They spoke to the people involved. They went through thousands of internal documents and communications. And you know, when the Auditor General reaches a conclusion that says that the process that was used to select these lands was not a standard or defensible process, that really leads me to think that there's something there that could be challenged in a court of law, that based on all that work that the Auditor General did, we can lean on that and present that to a judge. Next is the findings of the Integrity Commissioner, which really went into the nuts and bolts of what they believe went on behind the scenes, focusing on the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing's role, and ultimately finding him responsible for those recommendations, notwithstanding the excuse that it was the Chief of Staff. The Integrity Commissioner did find the minister personally responsible for that decision, that recommendation, and the process that was used, and actually found the minister to have violated the Members' Integrity Act, and in particular, Section 2 being conflict of interest, and Section 3, sharing insider information, again, really questions the validity and the legality of the process that the government used to A, select these lands for removal, and B, actually present those to Cabinet for a decision. Subsequently, that led to the minister resigning from his seat. And again, going back to the Integrity Commissioner, sorry, not from his seat, from Cabinet. You know, and I think, again, that goes back to the Integrity Commissioner's report really revealing the process that was used and describing it as unnecessary hastiness and deception. And I think for the Integrity Commissioner to use that kind of language, that really suggests that, again, the process that was used was you know, questionable at best. I think they even said it was borderline reckless. And then finally, Madam Mayor, we have the Premier himself speaking to media and publicly stating that it was a flawed process. So if it was, the Premier is publicly stating that, yes, we fully admit that this process was flawed, then there is really no reason to continue with the process. So I think that, you know, cumulatively gives us several avenues to pursue with the court to challenge this process. And I think that what we need now from our staff, from our legal staff and perhaps outside legal counsel, is their advice on legally what our options are, what are the timelines involved, what are the outcomes that could actually happen from a judicial review? Because at this point, we don't know that. But at the very least, it's worth asking the question. And, I think there's, as an engineer, I'm very linear sometimes in my thinking. And if I'm looking at...
Oh, that explains things. But if you could start wrapping up, there's a large speakers list. So.
Looking at the linear, I think to any rational person, there's a very clear connections here. But I think we need to explore the legality of that, and that's what's before us. And I hope we continue in the spirit of unanimity as we have been on this issue right from day one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. I did allow for some extra time because of the reading out of the motion, and it was quite long, and so we'll now go to the rest of the speakers list. Appreciate the motion in front of us. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm generally and thought by most people on most days to be reasonably rational. And I want to applaud the comprehensive review that my good friend, the Alderman from Councillor from Ward 8 articulated. It's my belief that there's nothing more fundamental to the life and work of municipalities than having intimate control over the whole planning process around how we build a strong, healthy, caring city. The planning process itself has got enough challenges in terms of engaging citizens in significant, meaningful, collaborative ways without having a government which on a good day would say, oh, the government closest to the people are municipalities and we want to work with them, then completely ignoring that and doing the kinds of things that we've seen. So, the auditors really began to open this up. It's clear now to understand why the Premier wasn't very keen on the auditor doing the review in the first place. And now we got, I think, the RCMP involved. I'm waiting in breathless anticipation to see what happens there. I'm not prejudging that, but that will be a significant decision if one is forthcoming. A couple questions, or a question. Would there be any benefit to the mover of attempting to engage other municipalities in joining with us? In maybe that's better directed to our AMO rep, I don't know, but joining us. And that's one. And the other is from the bench, perhaps. Is there any update on the court challenge of the environmental defense folk? Those would be my two questions. But I fully support the motion with thanks for the extremely special articulation of the historic realities we're facing. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. To your question, I see GM Thorne. I would only suggest that in terms of inviting others to participate in a judicial review, I think that needs to wait until we get the legal advice as to whether a judicial review is something that we would be wise to pursue. GM Thorne, please.
Yes, through the chair, I'm going to invite Solicitor Shields. I don't have an update in terms of the status of the action that was taken by Environmental Defence, but I don't know if Solicitor Shields does or not.
Solicitor Shields, welcome. You're on our screen. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I am able to provide you with an update in camera on the Environmental Defence Canada litigation. But to answer Councillor McMeekin's question, yes, I agree with you, Chair, that we would await the legal advice and then we can decide how we want to proceed.
Thanks very much. So then, with the will of the council, maybe we'll ask you to give us an update during the in-camera session.
Through the chair, I can do that, yes.
Thank you. All right then, thanks, Councillor McMeekin. That wraps up your remarks? Thank you so much. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thanks. Supportive of the motion. Agree with the mover. Let's try every tool, and really appreciate the past speakers mentioned that this is not the only judicial review in place. The Integrity Commissioner's report speaks to a process where local developers are giving the Chief of Staff to the Minister of Housing USB keys at development dinners to say, hey, here are the lands we want out of the Greenbelt. That's information many of us assumed, but that's not information we knew the last time we heard about these reports. We're hearing that during the official plan process, developers from across the province put in motions and proposals to take lands out of the Greenbelt, and they were told, whoa, 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 that's not where you put those. They go in this other spot over there, indicating that not only have we learned that this Greenbelt process does not pass the sniff test, does not hold up to the standards we have, but it raises questions about the official plan process that we inherited on November 18th when we all had our first day, or on October 25th when the government, the day after the municipal election, changed the game. I think all of this is now under question, and look forward to getting some answers on what our legal options are now that we have those answers that we didn't have, as the mover said, 6 months ago. I just want to say that to me, when reading through the Integrity Commissioner report, it's really clear that we're dealing with elected officials that have been acting in connection with their duties of their office. They've been representing themselves in an official capacity, engaging in these activities in an official capacity. And in my opinion, it's clear that there's a breach of the standard of responsibility from the conduct that's demanded from them. We're seeing that there's such a serious departure from what would be normal in these situations, from how this would typically go. We saw that the Natural Heritage Review was taken off the books. We don't need to look at the natural heritage of these lands. That'll just get in the way. These reports are really, really telling just about how any of the concerns the people of Hamilton, any of our community benefits, people not getting flooded on downstream, the government didn't want those answers. The only answer they cared about was from the developers saying, what do you want and how much are you going to make? Great. So appreciative of this motion. I think we have a lot of new information.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark, please.
So my first question is, I am curious, perhaps the city solicitor could provide us what information can be provided in public regarding the Environmental Defense Fund judicial review motion. I'm not sure why we need to go in camera when it's a public process, so.
Through the chair. Thank you. So there's some information certainly that I can speak about. What's on the public record would be that the Environmental Defense Canada has filed a judicial review naming the city and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs through the Attorney General's office as a party, seeking a quashing of the decision to amend the OPA to expand the urban boundary. The city has, I can't speak about the instructions that we have from council, but the city has been involved with our external legal counsel with respect to the actions that are proceeding before the court. And the last proceeding was earlier this spring, and we are now just awaiting further action, which I can discuss in camera.
Thank you. Can I ask whether or not it is permissible for the appellant to add, for example, the Greenbelt fiasco as a matter to the judicial review?
Through the chair, you're asking me whether I think the appellant, the applicants, could add a proceeding to their current proceeding.
Yes. Does this need
They
to
would
be a
have
separate
to-
judicial review for the Greenbelt?
Yes.
And they all be rolled together?
They would have to move by way of a motion.
Okay. So ultimately, the court would decide whether or not they could be merged together.
If they could bring the action itself, the court would have to decide whether or not through motion they could actually even bring the action, change their application.
Thank you. Can I ask through our planning staff, Deputy Mayor. I was under the impression that the Greenbelt mechanism, the review, was enabled by Bill 23. There was a section in Bill 23 that enabled them to do the process, notwithstanding that the process was a complete fiasco, but it was the bill that enabled the minister and his chief of staff to do what they did.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll turn to GM Thorne.
Through the chair, I'm getting my Bill 23 and Bill 109s. I believe it was the Bill 23 that provided some enhanced MZO, Minister Zoning Order authorities, to the province in terms of it wasn't specific to Greenbelt lands, but would aid the province and the minister in applying development permissions to lands that were removed to from the Greenbelt.
Thank you, GM. Councillor?
Thank you. And so I guess I'd like to reserve the rest of my comments until after we go in camera to hear the in-camera advice. But I am apprehensive about the municipality getting into a judicial review.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Up next, I have Councillor Tammy Huang.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just for public consumption, I think that we've been throwing around a lot of terms, and perhaps for my own, just a sense of what is a judicial review and what is the expected outcome should legal allow us to move forward or recommend that we do go through a judicial review. What is the expected outcome of a judicial review?
I'm not sure who I'm throwing that to, perhaps to Solicitor Shields?
Maybe?
Certainly, through the chair. So one of the ways that, and I'm using layman's language here, one of the ways that anybody can challenge a decision maker, such as the minister, in terms of whether or not the decision was correct or reasonable and in keeping, as in this case, with process, is through a judicial review application before the courts. And the courts will look at the record of proceedings and determine whether or not the decision maker acted in accordance with the jurisdiction within which they had.
Okay, Councillor Huang.
And second part of that question is, what is the expected outcome? Because we have already heard from the motion that we've had an Auditor General's report, we've had an Integrity Commissioner's report, to which it's not spurred any type of action whatsoever from any of those bodies. So what is the expected outcome should we win a judicial review? And I'd say it comes out in favor of Hamilton. Through you, Mayor.
Solicitor Shields?
Yes, through the chair. So depends on the remedy that we're seeking, and we would be seeking of the decision.
I'm sorry, Solicitor Shields, you're kind of cutting in and out. Yeah, it's still a problem. Maybe if you turn off your video and just use your voice, is that all right with people? Sometimes that helps.
Apologies. Through the chair, can you hear me?
Much better, thank you. Yep.
Yes. So the remedy that we would be seeking from the courts in this case, if we were to pursue a judicial review application, would be a quashing or rescission of the decision to remove lands from the Greenbelt.
Last question through you, Mayor, is that if we are seeking remedies, what are, beyond the quashing of, is there any other opportunities with, the fact is this has taken a lot of time and effort from staff. Is there any type of monetary compensation for this?
Is that possible, Solicitor Shields?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Solicitor Shields. Unless there's anything else to clarify, I think we can continue. Anything further, Councillor Huang? Okay, thanks so much. We now have Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Councillor Danko mentioned with respect to judicial reviews, the bar is high, and it should be high. It absolutely should be high because of the tension involved in having unelected judges. You don't want them swimming all the time in a pool where they're overturning the will of democratically elected legislatures. But two things. At overcapacity public meeting last week, the question was asked, I think, by not just one member of the public, but more than one. They asked us whether this had been considered. And that's what this motion is doing, is asking legal staff to come back and advise us of whether this is doable, whether it is feasible, what would be involved. And so I think in terms of a measure of accountability, we need to ask, we need to be provided with that answer. The second comment I would like to make on this matter pertains to the many conversations that Councillor Danko and I have had on this, and what my typical reservation has to do with judicial reviews, because of the very theory that I placed, that we may not like the activities of a government, but they are democratically elected to do what they want. The distinction, however, is given the aforementioned reports that Councillor Danko cited, the Auditor General, the Integrity Commissioner. A judicial review is not, in my understanding, to comment on whether something was good or bad. That is what the government will be held accountable for. A judicial review is to saying, was the process used, did it uphold the integrity of a democratic process? And that's the distinction that matters, in my opinion, and that's why I'm very grateful to the mover for taking the initiative and for including me in too many discussions about it. A judicial review is to show that the decision maker failed to properly exercise its decision-making powers. The center focus is going to be on the integrity of the process itself, and that's what matters. That is what upholds actually the democratic principles that we all must honor and seek to ensure that they are exercised properly to enhance the integrity of the political process. I would argue that the evidence to date shows that that integrity has been damaged and it has been compromised. And I think it is our duty and obligation to examine whether this door is something in which we can go through. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I'm relatively new to this position. I've never been involved with a council asking for a judicial review before. The only experience that I have is what I've read through media in terms of the last judicial review that the city asked for, which I think was quite costly. And I am unable to really offer much comment on that until legal comes back with a more comprehensive comment. But I will be watching that closely. And I want to make sure that my comment is not in any way seen as breaking off from the united front that this council is presenting. I think that my colleagues have all offered comment, and I share the viewpoint. But there will be a cost associated with that, and that'll be part of the conversation. In the immediate term, though, I wanted to ask our city solicitor, in terms of workload, there's a lot going on within legal services right now, and I think it is important just to understand the impact of this ask on what work they're already on. We have a number of OLT applications. We have a number of legal applications already on the go, already in the works. And I think some honest feedback from the lead solicitor on what this ask will entail and any potential strain that it may put on the department.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Just to be sure, this is the assessment as to whether the judicial review is something to pursue. Solicitor Shields, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just would be remiss of me just to clarify one thing that the councillor said. This is not a judicial inquiry. It would be a judicial review application before the courts, which is somewhat different. Not that I'm saying that it would be cheap. It certainly would have a cost attached to it, but it's certainly not of the same scale. So in terms of workload, absolutely, we are pressured in-house. So we would be looking to get first, as the motion suggests, a legal opinion externally, and then we will report to council on that, and then we'll sort of map out next steps if depending on what that says. We certainly couldn't use internal resources if we were to actually do the application in court because we just don't have the capacity at this time.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Particular thanks to the solicitor for the further clarification. As I said, I'm not experienced in these things, so I do appreciate the comments from Solicitor Shields on this. No further questions.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Solicitor Shields, for your responses. I don't see any further speakers on the speakers list. Councillor Beattie, if you could take the chair just momentarily. I want to say that I'm also supporting this motion, and I want to thank the mover and seconder for bringing it forward. We've heard loudly and clearly for a very long time where the people of Hamilton are when it comes to the Greenbelt lands. The participation was significant, as has been mentioned by Councillor Maureen Wilson at the last public meeting. There's another one coming on Thursday, I believe Thursday evening in Ancaster at the Ancaster Fairgrounds. Hopefully large enough to accommodate all of the folks who want to be present for that planning committee meeting that is taking place in that venue. I would say that this is a responsible way to determine whether there is an option to move forward to force the government, to force the government's hand in terms of reversing where we are now with their decision on the Greenbelt lands. And I also want to say that I value very much the insight brought by all of the folks around the table, and particularly if we do get to a point where this does appear to be feasible, the idea that we might be able to encourage other municipalities to participate and perhaps share the financial burden of a judicial review. And also want to thank the solicitor for identifying the difference between a judicial inquiry, which we know is running quite high in terms of costs, and a judicial review. The scope is quite different, and we will get that information regardless when we have the report back. So I'm actually very, very supportive of this. And I had one last question. I hope the Solicitor Shields is still here, which is the following on Councillor Beattie's inquiry about cost of doing just this piece of advice as to whether we should or shouldn't go forward. The external legal advice that comes within the existing departmental budget. We can carry that cost. It doesn't require any further extra funding.
Sure, that would be correct, yes.
Thanks very much, Solicitor Shields. So again, thank you all for the continued solidarity, I guess you would say, on this this issue, and really look forward to seeing whether we have remedy here. Thank you. I'll take that chair back, Councillor Beattie. Thank you so much. So I don't see anyone further on the speakers list, so we'll now go to the vote on the motion moved by Councillor Danko and seconded by Councillor Wilson. Oh, Councillor Clark.
I'm sorry, I thought we were hearing legal advice before we have the vote.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, you're correct. We're going to hear further legal advice from Solicitor Shields in the private and confidential section of the meeting, and I apologize for that, Councillor Clark. Thank you for reminding me. So we'll just defer this then, this decision on this motion to that to subsequent to that advice. So we'll now go to 8.2, which is Councillor Jackson has a notice of motion, and I'm not sure whether that's going to be lifted today or remain as a notice.
Mayor Horvath, oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mayor Horvath, could we have a motion to defer the consideration of that motion
Okay,
until
we'll have a
after
formal
close?
motion moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor Taddison to defer the decision on item 8.1 to following the in-camera advice or information. Can we have that vote up, please? That carries 16-0. Thank you very much. Now, Councillor Jackson, could you introduce your notice of motion, please?
Mayor Horvath, yes, and I wish to keep it as a notice of motion because Thanksgiving is still a few weeks away, and I'd like an opportunity to chat, hopefully, the next 2 weeks with my colleagues. But this is a wonderful opportunity, hopefully, in a couple of weeks, with consideration from colleagues, to support a wonderful event run by volunteers for about 200 seniors. Keeping it as a notice. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Okay.
Oh, should I read the title?
Sure.
Swansea Tenants Association Committee Thanksgiving Dinner at 801 Upper Gauge, Ward 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Now we're on to statement by members. It's 11:50 a.m. We'll go through the statements and then maybe take a lunch break. Is that okay with folks? Okay. So we could please indicate your desire to make some statements. I think Councillor McMeekin was first off the hop there. Can you please go through the process with clerks to identify your desire to make a statement? Councillor McMeekin, you've got us rolling.
Thanks,
Please
Madam Mayor. I'm very anxious to make a statement, given a full-page newspaper ad yesterday. I don't know how many people saw it by the Book Road landowners. So let me get into it. In 2005, the previous provincial government of the day moved forward to create Ontario Greenbelt, the largest legislatively protected green space in the world. As the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing at the time, John Garrettson, I was intimately involved in that. The landowners in their ad say the lands should never have been taken out of the should never have been in the green belt, despite the environmental ESA lands, the airport control issues, and the fact that the land is currently remains agriculturally and heritage lands zoned. They made the claim that there was little, if no consultation, actually blamed the council for a poor process and such. The suggestion was made, let me just say this, I don't want to use the L word, but let me just say that the ad was full of terminological inexactitudes, to be frank. They argued that the decision taken by the then provincial government, at the request of Hamilton City Council that voted unanimously in council to add those lands to the Greenbelt, in addition to the in-depth report of the Crombie Planning Group, the most comprehensive planning exercise probably in the last 50 years, the argument was that that decision was made deliberately to stop the construction of housing, to stop the creation of new communities, and to prevent young people and immigrants from finding housing. Those weren't even considered as issues then. The issue was these are ESA lands and should have been protected, and due to circumstances weren't. And upon review, by the way, the legislative review have to happen 10 years after. The recommendation was to include them, and I worked closely as minister at the time. Please bear with me, Madam Mayor. You remember this with Councillor Ferguson, who was a big advocate, who convinced the council that it was the appropriate thing to do to protect those lands. I find it ironic that the landowners complain about the alleged lack of consultation with this, the addition of Book Road lands, yet remain amazingly silent about the actions of the government which included them, right? There's something to be said there. They also claim that this development, if it were allowed to proceed, and they want City Council to facilitate their vision for the lands. I wasn't prepared at the time as minister, nor was the government, nor was that previous City Council prepared to do that. And I think we're in the same, even stronger position today, particularly given the input we've had from our citizens.
Councillor McMeekin, you have about a minute.
I know, I'll wrap it up, as important as it is. The ad appeared to be a direct, select, and strategically full of misinformation. The government that made the decision in 2015 to add the lands at the request of council and based on some other reviews, including the Crombie report, did so without any brown paper envelopes full of suggestions as to what should be included or excluded. That wasn't part of the process. Madam Mayor, one last couple of seconds. Where the addition of the Book Road lands as a badge of honor, I did then, and I do now, and I do going forward. And I wanted that for the record, because to say that there's been no consultation and the previous City Council failed when exactly the opposite is the case is irresponsible. Not surprising, but irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Huang, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several items I want to bring forward and just to share with the rest of council. This past Tuesday, we have had an atrocious act of violence happen in one of our parks at Montgomery Park. Violence is unacceptable anywhere in this city, but to the residents of Ward 4, where this happens so very, very, very infrequently, it has obviously shook this community to its core. But where I do want to bring forward is the fact that violence happens, and sometimes the community is very quick to point fingers without real evidence, without real, they place a lot of prejudice on a lot of those situations. And in this instance, it was one of the individuals living unhoused within Montgomery Park that was the unfortunate victim of gun violence. This is where I hope to speak to the greater community and say that we need to work together to be a compassionate and a community as a whole to look after each other and to take care of each other. Most recently, we have had community members utter violence against those that are living encamped in those parks, and I hope that we can all share in the fact that we are all working hard on housing as a solution to homelessness, but we do need to really acknowledge that violence is unacceptable, period. But on a happier note, there has been significant activities that are happening in the ward that I would like to share. This past weekend, we planted 250 trees. Now, I know it's not a lot, but 250 trees in the ward is an amazing accomplishment, especially because it was organized by community groups. Second, we have had significant noise challenges from some of our industrial neighbors, but through the advocacy of community and through the advocacy of residents that are very, very vocal and very persistent, one of the companies, Triple M, is building another noise wall. So we already have a giant noise wall from American Iron and Metal. You'll see it right off of the highway, but there is another wall going up currently, and the hope is that it's wonderful news to hear that industry is listening to our residents and working alongside with residents. Third, good news is that this Saturday we will be rededicating the Parkdale Arena to Pat Quinn. Pat Quinn was already the Pat Quinn Parkdale Arena was already there in 2015, but due to a banner being stolen, it just really reinvigorated the community to say, let's look at what has Pat Quinn done and how much of a figure he's been in the East End. So I invite all of council and community to come and join us on Saturday, this Saturday from 11 to 2 for the rededication of the Pat Quinn Parkdale Arena. And lastly, the Ward 4 office is hosting our quarterly town hall. That's happening on Monday, September the 18th from 7 to 9 at the Steam and Technology Museum. So very quickly, it was 5 different items, one of which is I hope we can all come together and figure out how we support and create a safe community for all. But at the end of the day, I think there are some pretty amazing and happy news coming out of Ward 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And yesterday, I was honored to do a 144-kilometer bike ride for the Canadian Police Memorial Ride to remember the heroes in life and not the death. It was an incredible event. I have the shirt on to prove it. And we rode 144 kilometers with 2 motorcycles and 3 vans following us, and it was so exciting to see what this ride is. Now, on next Wednesday, they're going to be riding all the way to Ottawa. It's 700 kilometers. I'm not doing it, but this is to honor all the fallen heroes we have. I want to say that last week I sold tickets. And I sold tickets for the fundraiser. And I want to say that Councillor Danko won the tree money, and this is worth a lot. Now, the only problem is this. Councillor Danko did not have his $20 on him, so therefore, I don't know if I should give it to him, but I will give it to him right now. Matter of fact, come and get it.
They're not debatable.
And I paid for it, but Councillor Danko said
this should be under ceremonial activities. Never mind.
Yes, he is going to e-transfer.
Something for you.
I owe you 20. That's fine.
It's an IOU.
And I heard the announcement that he will give it back to one of the charity here in his ward, and he will call Sergeant Scott Moore, who organized all this. It was amazing. It was, honestly, I can say it was one of my best days. I just enjoy it so much. I love biking, I love running, I like being active. So something like this, I'm there. I also want to say that on September 24th, we're doing a run for suicide prevention, and that is at Lime Ridge Mall. This run, I started it about with Sid and Tracy. Sid lost his daughter to 18 years old to suicide, and we started a run they started to give funds to the school so that students are aware of the dangers, what's all around them, and the suicide prevention. So I want to thank CF Lime Ridge because I approached them and they welcome, open arms, saying, yes, have the run here. And it's been successful. We've raised lots and lots of money. So, and lastly, I want to say that this week, last Friday, I went for the first residential care facility barbecue. And we had almost over maybe 300 people down at Gage Park. It was so exciting to see all the residential care facilities. Did you know we have 48 care facilities? I mean, it's unbelievable. And they're incredible what they do for their people that live there. My husband and I actually volunteer to the one at George Street, and we get enriched all the time. So that was the first year. It was great. They're going to do it next year, and so I just wanted everybody to be aware of what's going on in our city, in my ward, and all that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. I'd say you're Your shirt looks way better on you than that Argos sweatshirt looked on me, so good on you. Okay, so we're now to Councillor Nan, please, for your statement.
With less enthusiasm, perhaps, than my colleague, but with all sincerity, and also really quite excited about the final open street on Barton Street, which is taking place this Sunday. Invitation for all across Hamilton to join us in visiting the local establishments, local businesses, the many vendors, and the tremendous fun activities that are taking place from Victoria all the way to Sherman on Barton. My office and my team will be set up there with a table to offer our services, similar to our regular pop-up office hours in the community. So folks are welcome to stop by our table from 11 till 2 p.m. And later that afternoon at the Sturton Tot Lot, we will be unveiling a mural, which is an effort led by residents, local young residents who grew up in the neighborhood and who continue to live in the neighborhood, who now as young adults have taken on the stewardship of what has otherwise become a quite derelict property. And it is a leadership of Black, Indigenous, and racialized young people. And I'll be joining them in the unveiling with a special story time reading of Sophie Valdez' Future Prez by Andrea Betty, a story for all ages about neighbors organizing to beautify their communities and create inclusive park spaces. On September 21st, the Ward 3 office will be continuing our monthly pop-ups from 4 till 6 p.m. So we're moving from our morning hours to our late afternoon, early evening hours for the fall and winter season. And that will be taking place at Pinch Plant Shop and Bakery. And finally, on September 26th, at 6:30 until 8 p.m., the LRT Community Information Meeting for Ward 3 will be taking place at the Bernie Morelli Rec Center. There are limited seats, so we are encouraging you to drop us an email at ward3@hamilton.ca if you're interested in attending. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On September the 19th, from 1 o'clock until 3 o'clock at the Valley Park Library, we are having our next ward days. This is when residents can pop into the library and have a little chat. It has become rather popular with residents, so I'm happy to continue to do that. I do have a question if we have, Mayor, anyone here from the Public Health Department. I would like to know whether or not the Ministry of Environment has provided to Public Health their air monitoring findings regarding the GFL landfill in Upper Stony Creek.
I don't...
Through the mayor to the councillor, Grace Mader, general manager. Councillor Clark, unfortunately, Dr. Richardson had been in attendance and she had to leave though. So can I take that question back and follow up and with you directly and for all of council then?
Yes. The residents are eager to have our Board of Health and our medical officer of health opinion on the findings of the Ministry of Environment. I can tell you I am being pushed by residents to have independent air monitoring completed. The odor's not going away. The odor is just as bad today as it was in late April when all of this started. So you can't imagine living in a community for 3 months, the entire summer, and not having one day of reprieve away from this odor. It is a horrific smell, and up until this point the landfill really had the occasional odor that was reported, and now it's every single day. To say that the residents are getting frustrated, Mayor, is an understatement. There seems to be a great deal of deflection from the Government of Ontario instead of addressing their responsibilities and their obligations to ensure that this company addresses the odor complaints and resolves it permanently. It doesn't seem to be happening. There's a lot of talk about way down the road, but in the meantime, every single day the odor is there. And so I do appreciate your work with the minister. I urge you to continue having those conversations with him, because it's not just affecting this small area around the landfill. And I heard from people You know, while they built their house there, what did they expect? I heard those types of comments. And I got to tell you, it's not just the residents who purchased homes in Empire Estates or in Penny Lanes. It's people who have purchased homes in areas that have lived there 35 years and they're dealing with it. It's not just new people that came in. And this municipality followed all of the rules with regards to how we determine whether or not residential housing can go in close proximity to the landfill. So we followed what the province provided. The landfill is not supposed to stink. It's not a municipal landfill. And I'd like the minister to get off his butt and fix it. I've had enough. It's not fair. If they can't fix it permanently, then just shut the damn landfill down and put clay capping on top of it. Enough. I'll leave it at that, but I'm being diplomatic in my language. I can tell you the residents in my ward are not being that diplomatic. They are very angry, and they are angry that they are being dismissed by the ministry and members of the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. As you know, I received the same, many of the same concerns and complaints, and you very adequately described the frustration level and anger of the residents. So thank you for that. Councillor Francis, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I also need to take this opportunity to discuss the GFL landfill located in Ward 9. First of all, I want to start by thanking City Manager Jeanette Smith, Mayor Horvath, and the local councillor Brad Clark for their strong advocacy to the ministry to stop the horrendous and relentless odors coming from the GFL landfill due to their expansion. After all of your much appreciated efforts, not only does the odor still persist, it continues to grow. I have residents calling my office on a daily basis from corner to corner of Ward 5 with odors traveling down the escarpment and several kilometers away all the way down to Barton Street. I cannot enjoy my own property or my neighborhood in Ward 5, and neither can my neighbors. I wake up in the morning feeling ill, and I hear the same accounts from my constituents. Children are staying home instead of playing at their playgrounds because of the odor. It is unbearable, and parents are concerned about potential health hazards. I refuse to believe the odor is safe. I am incredibly concerned about the unknown health hazards, including the mental health and well-being of residents, deteriorating their quality of life. I have only one suggestion left, and if the ministry cannot stop the odor, they must shut the dump down. We cannot go another 10 minutes, let alone another 10 years. We can't take it anymore. This is entirely preventable. I am today calling on the ministry to do the right thing and shut the expansion of the GFL landfill immediately. Lastly, from here on in, I insist on being included in future local ministry and MPP meetings. I also want to share an update from the Hamilton Beach Community Council, which on another environmental matter, which they discussed last night at their meeting. It was raised by the council and several residents with some environmental concerns, all of which are stemming from the Hamilton-Oshawa Port Authority land activities. These activities are not in line with a clean and safe community. This includes, but is not limited to, their massive salt pile with ineffective tarps blowing salt residue all over residents' properties, causing tremendous damage, which, for the record, these salt piles that are negatively impacting beach residents is salt that is being stored for other municipalities, including Toronto. Also, rail yard noise and trains continue to blow their horns unnecessarily and excessively. I ask that the port start being good neighbors and act in a manner that has regard for citizens' concerns. I also ask that the ministry start to take my constituents' concerns seriously for both port activities and GFL landfill activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Francis. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Just one wonderful announcement. The Liscar Bocce Association at Liscar Park will be holding their bocce tournament and dinner this Sunday, September 17th from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Great group of volunteers led by President Peter Coquiera and his executive, close to 100 families that enjoy Liscar Bocce and the overall amenities at Liscar Park. And I plan to be there this Sunday, September 17th, 1 to 5 p.m. at Liscar Bocce Courts. And also on a sad note involving the Liscar Bocce Association, long time member Peter Carducci, the vice president, sadly in the last week passed away. He was in his 80s, lived his last couple of years in the confines and comfort of McCassel Lodge. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Tattison, please.
Earlier this year, the Roads and Traffic Department completed some sidewalk enhancements in my area that better join two neighborhoods across a busy rural road. I just wanted to say thank you to our city staff, specifically our intersection painting crew that I met and chatted with in the very late hours of the night, who were painting a crosswalk ladder at Homebrook, Savern Road, and 20 Road. That is a win for this neighborhood in terms of road safety and pedestrian safety. On another note, the 170th annual Bimbrook Fair goes this weekend, starting September 15th to the 17th. This weekend, there's going to be lots of entertainment and excitement for the whole family. We have a Friday night demolition derby, a Saturday night demolition derby. We have a rodeo with an appearance of a Canadian country singing star, a midway, a schedule packed with kids' entertainment, livestock shows and pony rides, and face painting. There's many exhibitions that highlight our rural, vegetation that grows, and and fruit, and all that kind of stuff that you can win blue ribbons and red ribbons and white ribbons for. There's going to be vendors on site. I'll have a table set up there. I hope people can come out and join me and sit at my table and talk to the community. Following that, the following week, the Mount Hope Community CRC have a smaller fall fair on September 23rd, and they'll be hosting a free community pancake breakfast on Saturday, September 23rd from 8:30 to 11:30. Breakfast will be served from 8:30 to 10:30 with gluten-free options available, including pancakes, sausages, fruit, coffee, tea, and juice. And the fall fair section runs from 9 to 11:30, so all are welcome to that as well. And thanks, that's our update from the rural lands of Glanbrook.
Thanks very much, Councillor Tattison. Councillor Cassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. You mentioned earlier about our special planning committee meeting on the Greenbelt tomorrow evening in Ancaster. I want to just emphasize that, reemphasize that, and invite everyone. I think there's general awareness that it was happening, but want to make sure everyone is aware that there has been a location change, as you had mentioned. It is at the Ancaster Fairgrounds, 630 Trinity Road South, at the corner of Wilson and Trinity. At 6:30, there will be shuttle buses from the Meadowlands near the Wendy's and Tim Hortons and the Meadowlands Power Center, both to and from the Ancaster Fairgrounds. So really hoping to see a great turnout there. We did move this to, our staff went through a lot of work to move this to a larger location to accommodate a very large crowd, so hoping to see that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cassar. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, the Ward 10 report for September 13th. First, my thanks to everyone who attended the annual outing of the Winona Peach Festival this past, or 3 weekends ago almost. I'm losing track of time as we quickly move through September. Particularly Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Francis, Councillor Huang, yourself, Mayor Horvath, as well as GM Thorne, and a multitude of staff who dropped by the Ward 10 tent. We met with a lot of engaged residents, and it was just an excellent outing. A little soft in the weather on Friday and Saturday, but we certainly made up for it with a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Also want to just make note of the letter that we received through my office, which I passed on to your office, Mayor Horvath, from Festival President Robert Lockwood. And I'll make sure that it's also circulated to the GM of Public Works. He just wanted to express his extreme gratitude to the City Park staff for their continuing support of the festival. They have always been excellent, and Mayor, this continues a very long-standing tradition of support that dates back to the days of the Township of Saltfleet and the inception of the festival in 1967. So very happy to see this continuing support from our friends in the Parks Department. Also wanted give a big thanks to yourself, Councillor Francis, and Councillor Huang for spending some time in the Sunday booth. Upwards of 28,000 Sundays scooped out by volunteers using hand-cut peaches. Just tons and tons of fun. And in particular, I think Councillor Huang has a promising career in Sunday logistics. If this gig doesn't work out, we'll take you back in the booth anytime. Transit expansion in Fruitland, Winona, as I mentioned, is now 10 days old. The expansion, you'll recall, to Winona Crossing at 50 Road, there were some bumps along the way, but the response has been, generally speaking, exceptional and positive. And I do want to specifically offer my thanks to Director Cousin-Heath and the HSR and her team for all of their work in acknowledging, particularly in their acknowledgement that there were some gaps in the rollout, but they have made commitments to address those, and I'm very thankful, and the community is appreciative. Following the transit theme, Ward 10 Youth Council will be rebooting on September 26th. That's Tuesday night, 6:30 at Old City Hall. And we'll be welcoming members of the HSR team to speak directly to our Stony Creek youth. And Maureen, I hope they're ready, because the Ward 10 youth are quite direct, and they will have questions, I'm sure. And then building on my colleagues' ward-centric days, of course, our Ward 10 Fridays continue at the Ward 10 office at the former Stony Creek City Hall inside the Municipal Service Center. And just like my Ward 10 colleague, my Ward 9 colleague noted, very well attended by residents, and we look forward to seeing folks there this coming Friday and all Fridays moving forward. And that is the Ward 10 report.
Thanks very much, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Spadafora, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few updates for Ward 14. September 19th at Mountain View Park, there will be the 3rd annual Scenic View Community Food Drive. That'll start at 6 p.m. We ask residents to please bring their food donations to help beat last year's record of 585 pounds of food, and special guest appearance from COVID Elvis, who will be there to perform. Another day, September 21st from 5 to 7, local McNabb Tennis Club organizer Dave Millar is hosting an end of the summer get-together at the McNabb Tennis and Basketball Courts. I will be in attendance, chance to connect with residents, enjoy some refreshments, and tennis and pickleball demonstration. And lastly, this is not in Ward 14, but I thought I would mention it. The Hamilton Kilty Bee season opener this Saturday at 5 p.m. And the only reason I'm mentioning it has nothing to do with me. There's a special guest coming to do the puck drop, Ward 8 Councillor John Paul Danko. So I know he didn't want to say it, so I did it for him. He'll be in attendance if anybody wants to see him drop the puck for the Hamilton Kilty Bee season opener, 5 p.m., Dave Anderchuk Mountain Arena, and there's a pre-party in the parking lot. So if you, there is a raffle. Please bring your money. That's it for me. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Spadafora. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list for statements by council members. I did, though, want to mention, I mentioned earlier my visit to City Kids, but Councillor Nan and I were privileged to spend some time with the Polish community, our Hamilton's Polish community, on Barton and St. Anne's Street, because there was a street naming in honor of Nicholas Copernicus, who his discovery pretty much was the solar system at that time, the universe, the idea that it was actually the sun was the center and everything else was moving around. Something that the Polish community is very, very proud of. They do a lot of great work to ensure that their culture is passed on to their kids, and they do a lot of great education and community-based programs for young people particularly. But this was a special day because Poland has identified this year as the Nicholas Copernicus year. And so Polish communities around the world actually are finding ways to identify that or to celebrate that. In Canada, we have a lot of leaders in the Polish community that have been doing various things in various cities and provinces, here in Hamilton, it was a wonderful celebration that they put together. The naming of the street, Nicholas Copernicus Way, and was really happy to be there with Councillor Nan. As was mentioned by Councillor Tattison, the fall fair, the Binbrook Fair is upon us. We've had the Peach Festival. We have other fairs and activities that are going to be happening over the next several weeks. We're in September, which is Festitalia month. But certainly do what you can to get out and support your community. It is really a lot of fun. And it reminds us that, we have joy in the city of Hamilton. This is a concept that Councillor Kassar has mentioned a few times. People, we want to see people having joy in their communities and in their city. And I think these fairs and these activities are the very things that provide us with some of that joy. And so I just encourage everybody to do what you can to get out and celebrate the various parts of our city. And good on Councillor Spatafora and Councillor Danko that you're doing that mashup. That's pretty awesome. On that note, thanks very much, everybody, for your comments, for your statements. I think now we will move to a bit of a break, a bit of a lunch break. So can I have a motion to recess for lunch? Moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Nan. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, go to the vote. Jeez, isn't that funny? I still say that. If we go to the electronic vote, please. See, it's easier my way. We would have been out of here by now. So we'll be back, let's see, it's 12:25. Shall we stretch it to 1 o'clock even? 1 o'clock even, we'll be back. Once we get the vote up. There it is, it's there. Please identify your desire to go for lunch, to break for lunch. Okay, that carries 14-0. See you at 1. Thank you.
Come back to the council meeting for September 13th. I'm Deputy Mayor Jeff Beattie taking over the reins for a brief moment as our mayor has been held up. So I believe we are at item number 10. And the script actually says to ask myself for the motion to receive council communications, which I cannot do. So I'll look to the previous deputy mayor, which would be Councillor Francis. If you would bring the motion to receive council communication updates, which is moving down the line in your direction.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wang, that council communication updates from August 11, 2023 to September 7, 2023 be received.
Okay, are there any other actions or referrals on this motion? So indicating if there are not, and I see no indication that there are, so if we could please indicate your vote now on the communication updates, and I'm voting in the affirmative because my e-scribe is at my desk. And that motion carries 15-0. Thank you. Moving on to item 11. Now, Deputy Clerk Pilon, we have a motion here for a specific closed session item, but we've added some stuff in there. Is there any change to what I'll be reading into public session in terms of our in-camera communications?
I've added everything that we talked about earlier. There will be another addition. I'm just working on that right now. So if you could start with the motion and I'll add my part to it in a second, okay?
Very well, thank you. There's a lot to read. I don't need to talk slowly. May I please have a motion? So we're going to be asking for a motion to go into closed session to consider item 1.1, Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 5167, ratification of collective agreement, HUR 23013, citywide, added item 11.2, legal advice respecting feasibility of a judicial review from the provincial government's decision to remove lands from the Greenbelt public plan with the City of Hamilton, within the City of Hamilton, and item 9 of the Public Works Committee, Report 23-012 pursuant to section 9.3, subsection D, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021, sorry, as amended, and section 2392, subsection D, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended. As the subject matter pertains to labor relations and employee negotiations, to position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board.
Another matter, a matter of security, and the reasons for going into closed for that matter are the security of the property of the city or local board, and personal matters about an identifiable individual, including city or local board employees.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. Any other questions or amendments? Seeing Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Beattie. And I'm only throwing this out to my colleagues to see if there's any concurrence on a suggestion. With 11.1 Canadian Union of Public Workers Local 5167 ratification of collective agreement update, I've just concurred with the Executive Director Fontana, and while the staff were here and they were prepared, but we would need to amend 11.1 while we were going in camera, I thought it may be prudent and timely to get an update on what's happening with ATU 107 and Local 288 firefighters. But I'm not here to force feed the amending update on those two matters, but I just thought it may be timely since, if I recall, those were have been spoken of next in line. But that would require amending why we're going in camera. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie, for allowing me to mention it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson. It seems to align somewhat with the items that were already in camera to discuss, so I'll look around the room. I see nodding heads. So there's a general agreement to proceed in that direction. Councillor Jackson, is there anything addition that I would have to read into the record there, Deputy Clerk?
No, because that would be the same reason we're going in for local 5167, so
Okay.
we're good. As far as the added item 11.2, I provided the wrong title. The title should be Legal Update on Environmental Defense Canada Judicial Review Application.
Okay.
So that will be replaced in that motion. Okay, so.
Okay. So duly noted then. We're going to go ahead and indicate our votes in affirmative or negative for moving into camera. And I am, I need a seconder, and that's Councillor Alex Wilson. With the mover, Councillor Jackson. There you go. Councillor Alex Wilson. And I'm in the affirmative. And that passed unanimously, 15-0. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting, when you will see members of council rejoining the meeting. Council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and media time to return. And so if I could please ask that all members of council please ensure that they're in the private section of eScribe, in the private room if they're joining us virtually, which they are not.
Okay, thanks very much. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to deal with the motions that flow from the in-camera session. 11.1, Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 5167, ratification of collective agreement, HUR 23013 citywide. May I have a motion to approve the recommendation in the report and maintain the confidentiality of the report? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Huang. The vote is up. Oh, the vote is coming up momentarily, so please indicate. That carries 13-0. Thanks very much. Item 11.2 was legal advice respecting feasibility of a judicial review of the Government of Ontario's decision to remove lands from the Greenbelt plan within the City of Hamilton. May I have a motion to receive this legal advice on the matter and maintain its confidentiality? Oh,
Madam Mayor, sorry, I put the wrong title in that.
oh, right, and I just repeated it wrong again.
The legal update on Environmental
Yes.
Defence Canada judicial review application.
I apologize. I did that twice
fine.
now. Thank you. This was the update then on the situation with the urban boundary issue. Okay, so can I have a motion then to receive that? Oh, moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Cassar. Go for the vote, please. The voting thing is not working. Thumbs up always works. Oh, there we go. Okay. We have a carried vote, 14-0. Thanks very much. Public Works Committee report. Am I at the right spot? Oh, Court Pilons.
Sorry, we had the two items added. So we have the update on negotiations with HPFFA, IAF Local 288, and the ATU. That's just to be received.
Right. So then may I have a motion to receive the updates on the other negotiations that we heard in camera? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Jackson. We have that vote up, please. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much. Now we're on to Public Works, correct? No.
Now we have the matter of security, which we're going to need a motion to approve the directions to
That's
staff
right.
and closed.
Thank you. The item on security, moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Nan, that the in-camera instructions be approved. Now? Yes. Now I get to say that one? Okay, that carries 14-0. Now, Public Works Committee Report 23-012, September 8th, 2023. We're going back to that report. Councillor Nam, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee report?
So moved and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Pauls.
Okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Jackson previously had asked for a separate vote on item 9.
Okay, so let's remove item 9 and have a separate vote on that, and then we'll go back to the report as a whole. Okay, so item 9. That carries 11-3. Thanks very much. And now the balance of the report, please. That carries 14-0. Now we do the committee of the whole? Yeah, right. Thanks very much. Councillor Beattie, may I have a motion to rise from committee of the whole, please?
Thank you, Mayor. It's my pleasure to move and second by Councillor Kassar, the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
Thanks very much. Please indicate your votes. That carries 14-0. Did we do 8.1 already? We've not done 8.1? Okay, so we're back then to item 8.1, which is the motion, feasibility of a judicial review of the Government of Ontario's decision to remove lands from the Greenbelt plan within the City of Hamilton. We'll just continue with that. Councillor Danko, would you please present your motion? We already have the motion? No. Well, I'm getting advice from Clerk Pilon that we have not, because I think we had to get some legal advice on that motion.
We had deferred the consideration of 8.1. You had the motion to waive the rules was approved, so you introduced your motion and then we deferred it. So now it's back on the floor if you put it on the floor.
Okay, so you have it's on the floor. You have a seconder?
As Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Councillor Maureen Wilson, okay.
And again, this is just the feasibility to see what's possible, what advice we might receive from the solicitor. That advice might be very simple, it might be complex, but at least we can ask the question. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll go to the vote then on the motion. That carries 13-1. Thanks very much. We're now on to the bylaws and confirming bylaw. Councillor Beattie, may I have a motion on the bills?
Certainly moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Kassar. I am clarifying that I am required to read all of these into the public record. Then I am going to summarize by saying that bills number 23-161 to number 23-176 be passed, and that the corporate seal affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered, signed by the mayor and the city clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. That was moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Kassar.
Councillor Kassar, thank you. And Councillor Wilson on the bylaws.
Thank you. I would like to be recorded as opposed, please, to 12.4. This is a legacy file from the past council. It has to do with a two alleys and an agreement that was reached after an appeal to allow for the construction of a dwelling. My issue has never been with that permission. My issue has been an unwillingness to look at the closure of, in my opinion, the wrong alley that provided for safe passage for children on Aberdeen, as long as Aberdeen is its present configuration. Thanks. So I'll be recorded, please, as opposed.
Thanks, and that's number 164, I believe, in the list.
Madam Mayor, sorry. We would vote on 160,
Yes,
Bill
and then the
164, separately.
Thanks so much. So then on 164, well, I think it's labeled as 164. Let's have the vote up, please. That carries 10-4. Thanks very much. And then on the balance of the bills, may you please indicate your votes. That carries 14-0. And now the moment we've all been working towards. May I please have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Councillor Taddison, seconded by Councillor Huang. May I please have a vote? Lots of hard work today, folks. Thanks very much. That carries 14-0. We stand adjourned. Thanks very much, everyone.